Peace and blessings, love and black power. This is your brother Asar Imhotep. I am here again for conversations with brother Asar Imhotep, and today is going to be one of those what I call a full lecture. When I say a full lecture, that means I expect it to be over 2 hours. So hopefully you all, have a little time on your hands that you can listen and watch this conversation. It is a very important conversation given the nature of the climate, or I should say the recent climate, concerning a few individuals who are not aware of certain scholarship as it regards the relationship between West Africa and the Nile Valley in recent history. So that's what we will be discussing today. I just want to give a shout out to everyone who has decided to join us early on the for the live and who are in the chat. There's a number of y'all in the chat, so I want to shout a few of you out. Peace and blessings to Omar Reed, um, and TK Digital, and Juan Love, Amber Evans, Jolanda Zachary, Freddie the Third, Marquise Kidd. Uh, can't see if I'm missing anyone, if I skipped over anyone. Um, Peace of Brother Chavez, Brother Mathis, Woke Mind, uh, Brother Sheffrin, what's happening? Um, and anyone else who I see in the chat or who's in the chat and whose name I haven't acknowledged due to the way that it fluctuates. But since this is going to be a long conversation, I'm not going to waste too much of your time. Just reminding y'all to, if you haven't already, please like the video. Please share the video with a number of your friends and colleagues. This is the first week that I have the what is called the quote unquote. You saying my sound is off? Why is it staticky? That's a good question. Hold on one sec. Uh, I don't know how or why. It says I have a strong signal here. Um, I don't know. I'm good now. You said that's better. You said the cord was loose or something to that nature. Said clear, don't move. Okay. Alrighty. So as I was saying, um, since we have a bit of content to get through, I'm not going to waste any more of your time. Just reminding you all to please like and share with your friends and family. And this is the first week that I have the super chat activated. So if this touches you and you want to give a donation, you are able to do so via the chat now. So I appreciate you all for listening, and I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So let me share my screen. Okay, let me get that out. I'm going to wait a second to see. I have my Uh, I gotta see if my screen on the other side. I have two computers up here, and want to make sure that the screen is shared. And so just hold on 1 second. Um, okay, let me go back. Now I don't know why I have this title up. There we go. This is not the correct title, and I'm just now realizing this. This is from last conversation I had, the connection between Ramadan and the sun god Ra. And I know exactly what happens here. Usually I'll just save as a document and just retitle the new PowerPoint. But obviously, I'm an idiot right now. So, but the real title of this conversation is the relationship between West Africa and ancient Kemet in its proper context. So ignore that title and we will get. You saying it's staticking like crazy again? I didn't touch anything, and so I don't know what is going on here. Uh, hmm. I don't know why. Um, okay. Uh, okay. I'll keep looking on this other computer to see. He said more salaries and clarity. We need the visuals. See, I don't know what's to do about this because I don't know where this this static is coming from, um, and I want to correct that now. This is something that I don't have to deal with on the regular, and okay, I'm gonna. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take off the headset, and y'all let me know if y'all can still hear me well when I take this off. I know there's going to be at least a 10-second time delay, so I will wait. Okay, I have taken off the headphones. It got bad again. See, now I don't understand. Yeah, because I'm using the microphone now. I'm using the microphone that is on uh, the computer itself and not the headphones. Okay, so I may sound, like I'm in a large room because that's exactly what it is. Okay, it's clear better now. Okay, alrighty. So let me get started again. And so, as I stated, the title on the presentation is incorrect. It's supposed to be West Africa and its relationship to ancient Kemet in its proper context. So, I'm on the next slide. which is just to remind you and give you a, let me see, let me make this big for a second. Can I make this? Why can't I make this full size? Nope. Let's do that. Um, I'm trying to make this full. There we go. That's what I needed. Okay. Sorry for that. Get through the technical difficulties, and so we should be straight now. So, as noted, some of what I'm going to be talking about is already in my book for those who have it, in Aaluja, Volume 2, China into Religion and Philosophy. For those who don't have the text, I highly encourage you to get it. You can purchase it from my website at asarmhotep.com. I have here my Cash App as well, which is the $ at asarmhotep. And remember that the super chat is activated, and we're going to get busy now. And so some of this stuff is not in the book, it's in other texts that I've written, and there's some other stuff that is going to be in an upcoming text that I'm in the middle of writing. So y'all getting a preview, and some of y'all are getting a review of certain stuff that is in the text, but with more detail. So so what are we trying to address here? We have been in some heated and passionate discussions concerning the possible relationship between, more specifically, African Americans and ancient Kemet. And so there are those in the community who are vehemently arguing that there is no connection whatsoever between African Americans and ancient Kemet. And there has been charges by different people who make the argument that there's too much focus, quote unquote, on the Nile Valley and not West Africa. And because of this perspective, there have been certain arguments against and certain attacks against those individuals who have an attraction to ancient Kemet. And so it appears as that in their belief there is um, there is no reason for African Americans to adopt the culture as they understand it of the Nile Valley, because we are allegedly primarily West Africans. And so this is what we're going to address here. But before we address that, I want to put the conversation in its proper context, because there are a lot of us who are entering into this conversation who don't necessarily have a background in Africana studies. And so if you have a background in Africana studies, the attraction and the intense study of ancient Kemet will make more sense to you. So what is our ultimate goal here? I want to invoke the name of the late Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. from Senegal. This is a photo of him here in the United States when he came to Atlanta in 1986. And in the photo is also the late Dr. Asa Hilliard III. And I can't remember the brother's name in the center. Maybe some of the older cats can remind me who, if they recognize his face, who that is in the photo. But the focus here is Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, and a quick shout out to Everything is Everything. Thank you for the donation. Um, because he is kind of at the center of this movement. So if you have the text Civilization or Barbarism, he kind of lays out exactly what the next generation of scholars and community should be focused on. And so he says in the text, the general problem confronting African history is this: how to reorganize effectively through meaningful research all of the fragments of the past into a single ancient epic, an origin which will reestablish African continuity. If the ancients were not victims of a mirage, it should be easy enough to draw upon another series of arguments and proofs for the union of history of Ethiopian and Egyptian societies with the rest of Africa. Thus, combined, these histories would lead to a properly patterned past in which it would be seen that ancient Ghana rose in the interior, West Africa, of the continent at the moment of Egyptian decline, just as the Western European empires were born with the decline of Rome. So, what he's trying to tell us here is that, you know, the next generation of scholars should be embarked on trying to write a single narrative to show the continuity of history of Africa itself. And so it is with this declaration and others dealing with Diop that we have this thing called the Diopian School. And so the Diopian School is a group of scholars who picks up where the late Sheikh Anta Diop left off. And we are building and refining the arguments that were initiated by Diop concerning African history. And so he dealt with a lot of things. But one of the major things that he was involved in was using science to connect African people all across the continent for these great political motives. He had political motives with this as well. And so there are a number of scholars in the Diopian school. And, you know, actually this slide here is from one of the late Dr. Asa Hilliard's slideshows that I have inherited a number of years ago. And so, you know, here's a few scholars. I don't know if y'all can really see it, you know, really well, some of these pictures, but here's an early photo of Dr. Mario Beatty, Dr. Greg Carr. Here's Runoko Rashidi, Dr. Malefe Kitty Asante. I forgot Dr. Beatty's wife's name, but she's in here. Dr. Hassama Maega is Dr. Ben, Jacob Carruthers, etc., etc. Wade Noble's here, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and a host of other people. And so you wouldn't necessarily consider Du Bois in the Diopian school, but he's one of those giants that stands on his own. But just to, you know,
remind the audience who were some of these people in the Diopian school, we should know Dr. Theophilo Benga, who was the right hand man of Sheikh Anta Diop, who has continued and expanded his work. The late Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Carruthers, Dr. Raketi Amin, who conversed and translated even some of Sheikh Anta Diop's works into English. Studied with him in Senegal, uh, and she now teaches the community meta nature and things of this nature. She's involved in a project for the revitalization of meta nature. So that's Dr. Raketi Ahmed. But many of y'all may not be familiar with Dr. Ababukri Musalam, who has taken over Sheikh Anta Diop's position in Senegal. And hold on one sec. What's up with this computer? Um, he has been continuing the work since Diop, and is a professor at the Sheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal. So you also have Dr. Babacar Sal. Some of y'all may not be familiar with. I'm just, throwing these names out so y'all understand that there's an actual body of work, there's an actual school of thought where uh, Sheikh Anta Diop's ideas still live and are expanding. So we also have Dr. Muba Benge Balolo, who, if any of y'all have been following me, you should be familiar with his name by now because I always invoke his name. We have also the late Ankh Mira, who wrote the book Let the Ancestors Speak, Removing the Veil of Mysticism from Meta Nature. Theophilo Benga, I think wrote the preface or whatnot in this text. Y'all should be familiar by now with Jean-Claude Mboli, who I have introduced to the community in his works. And of course, your good brother, Asar Imhotep. Just letting you know that there's more people, and so I'm just not going to name a whole bunch, but I just wanted to give you some of the bigger names of people who are on the continent and in the diaspora who is continuing this work of Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, trying to piece together these fragments of history to make a single narrative. And so, you know, again, as I stated from the beginning, there's a political thing about this that is not discussed so much in our online discussions in the conscious community. And so this particular excerpt kind of puts certain things into perspective. And this is from the text Wretched Kush on page 60. He says, Doyle provides an even more explicit consideration of the dynamics behind native agency. He argues that while the interest of the agents of contact, in other words, resources exploited, must be considered, the character of the dominated society plays a critical role in imperial outcomes. He divides conquered societies into three levels of internal complexity: tribal, patrimonial, and feudal. According to Doyle, a tribal society's critical lack of centralization and social differentiation makes it particularly vulnerable to aggression. I'm going to read that last line one more time. It says, according to Doe, a tribal society's critical lack of centralization and social differentiation makes it particularly vulnerable to aggression. So, when you're studying African history, and everybody keeps wondering why or how were African people able to be enslaved in such large numbers? Because we were broken up into small decentralized tribes. And as this uh, citation argues, a tribal society's critical lack of centralization and social differentiation makes it particularly vulnerable to aggression. And understanding this political aspect of just societies in general, you can better understand what Cheikh Anta Diop was doing. And this is one text that I have up here that not too many people talk about. But if you really want to understand the crux of what Cheikh Anta Diop was doing, you need to read this book, Black Africa, The Economic and Cultural Basis for a Federated State. Now, what Cheikh Anta Diop noted is that there was too much division and not enough unity in Africa. And because these small fragments, these tribal groupings were weak, what he fought for was a United States of Africa. This is why, the economic and cultural basis for a federated state. He wanted to create a federated United States of Africa. But on the ground, these communities look like they are vastly different in that they don't have any historical connection outside recent tribal wars and things to that nature. But what he was able to do was to scientifically show that there's different levels of relationship between Africans across the continent, from a deep historical relationship to ones that are recent. And so he used, the sciences of archaeology, paleontology, linguistics, et cetera, to show and demonstrate that the people in West Africa are connected to the people in Central Africa and connected to the people in the Nile Valley in very significant ways. That if everyone on the ground was able to understand their connection to one another and the continuity in their history and their cultures, then you would have a basis for a federated United States of Africa. And so this is the charge and what people of the Diopian school has been working on, since, people got aware of Cheikh Anta Diop's work. So this is, if you don't put, these things together and understand why the Nile Valley is important for us, because that is the anchor. In the same way that ancient Greece is the foundation and unifying force for the Indo-European speakers, in modern Europe. And so, because the Nile Valley is the oldest in terms of written history, where the people have written about their lives, they have left us their language and technologies in sciences, that is the foundation, so that we can see what is actually authentically African and then what was imported. Because you can study a lot of West Africa today, but you'll find that it has been infused heavily with a lot of European and Arab and Berber culture and ideas and things of this nature. So how do you know what is authentically African in terms of their ideas versus what has been imported? And so this is why you compare with ancient Egypt, because it allows for you to see in the older traditions what is common between the West African, for example, cultures and languages, and then what you see in ancient Kemet. So if you see them in both societies in terms of words, in terms of artifacts, in terms of ritual, spiritual ideas, philosophy, etc., now we can figure out what is authentically us, and then we can use that as a unifying force to create the United States of Africa. So this is the general uh, context, for these studies of ancient Kemet, because we can study it in detail because they've left us an abundance of records, which West Africans have not. And so you only have records in the within the last 300 to 400 years, and they're all for the most part by Europeans. Valuable nonetheless. They are records of the Europeans, not from the Africans themselves, and this is problematic. So when we talk about relationships between West Africa and the Nile Valley, or just relationships in general, I have broken it down to four types or four levels of relationships. And so the first one being the archaic level. And so we should know by now that all of the evidence in various scientific fields of inquiry demonstrate that Homo sapiens sapiens, modern human beings, originate from Africa. And so they originated in Africa, and then some 50 to 30,000 or 30 to 50,000 years ago, left Africa either through the Nile Valley or either through like Ethiopia going into Yemen, and ultimately populated the rest of the earth. And so, of course, everyone didn't leave Africa. Many of us stayed in Africa and populated Africa. And so there's a biological level of relationship that goes back to the beginning with African people in general. So that's one level of relationship. The next one has to deal with what I call the Saharan level of relationship. That's relevant to our current discussion right now. And what I say here is that many of the West and Northeast Africans are related through common ancestors who lived in the Green Sahara and migrated to different locations, southwest and east, due to the desiccation of the Sahara beginning around 6,000 to 3,500 BCE. So you're going to find some commonalities between West Africans and East Africans, primarily because of the Green Sahara and the migrating into the Sahara, and then the back migrations out of the Sahara once it started drying up again. And so those early interchanges and cultural ideas have survived in the places in which these Africans have migrated. So you'll find commonalities because of that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that those commonalities which you notice are the result of, for example, ancient Egyptians coming to West Africa. So you got to be able to distinguish what is truly ancestral to all those related people versus what is actually the result of migrations in more modern times. The third level is what I call the linguistic level. So it is somewhat related to even or is characteristic, just like what you see on the Saharan level. But this has to deal with the commonality of a common language family. And so when you're dealing with languages that belong to a common language family, you will find certain continuities in behavior and in language because some of these things were inherited from the pre-dialectical ancestor mother language, which gave birth to the daughter languages which we observe today. So, as many of you know, I subscribe to the Negro Egyptian language family created by Dr. Theophilo Benga and enhanced by our good brothers Jean Claude and Bowling. And so I have changed, at least for my documentation, the name Negro Egyptian, which I explain in Aaluja Volume 2, to China Into. And so I won't get into the details of that. So if you see me say Negro Egyptian or China Into, they interchange, they're the same. So, and then this last level, which I call the Bronze Iron Age migratory level. That means that after after the Sahara migrations and after the old school archaic migrations where people kind of settled into their respective regions, there was still some migrations going on in the late Bronze Age and Iron Age. And we are able to detect those things. And this is, it is these migrations which are going to be relevant to the topic in which we are talking about today. So hopefully this is clear for us moving forward. So in our discussions in kind of our online previous discussions, we talk about oral traditions and that there are some people in just across Africa to be exact that have oral traditions which argue that they derive, or a good significant amount of their population derive from ancient Egypt or the Sudan in general, what we're calling the Sudan in modern times, but more specifically just the Nile River Valley. And so I'm going to cite a few of these oral traditions to get us started. Because if we're going to, examine claims, we need to know exactly the details of the claims and the motivations behind the migrations. So I will start off with this one commentary by our good brother Aikwe Arma. He wrote an article some time ago titled "Who Were the Ancient Egyptians?" And in the beginning of the article, he is giving his testimony for how he's from Ghana, and so how he got interested in the study of ancient Egypt. So, many of y'all should know that he is a fiction novelist, but he uses ancient Kemet a lot as his backdrop for the stories. And so you may be familiar with 2000 Seasons and The Healers as a few of these books. And he has a recent one that came out. I forgot the name of that. So somebody, if y'all know the title of his latest one, please put it in the chat and I'll shout it out. But in this article, this is what he states concerning, how he came into the study of ancient Kemet. So he says, now I had grown to adulthood. Inside our larger history, I was undertaking life journeys of my own. And though I had imagined other paths, I was moving into the future as a writer. The more I learned about our history, meaning of the people of Ghana, the clearer it seemed to me that if I wanted to write, I would have to study it more seriously. Since all available evidence indicated that the narrative of our social history was at the center of the art of our poets, storytellers, and spokespersons. I followed the trail of the evidence backward in time. It led me to the oral traditions. The oral traditions took me back to traditions of migration. Those traditions beginning with acknowledgments of places reached by groups traveling under pressures too extreme to adapt to, referred to an earlier place of departure. Sometimes the reference was simply to the Great River or the Great Water. More frequently, the traditions of migration mention Misri, Msiri, or Luti. Those are just other names for the area known as Egypt, though in ancient times it went by other indigenous names. Tamari, the beloved land, Tawi, two lands, and more often Kemet, the black nation. So he's saying that when he started studying his own history, when he was developing himself as a writer, he came across these oral traditions talking about groups leaving from ancient Egypt, which in their oral tradition was known as Misiri or Msiri. And so we're going to keep this uh, going for a quick second. So now I'm going to talk about an individual by the name of Felix Dubois. And in his book, written in 1897, Timbuktu the Mysterious, he interviewed a number of elders of the Songhai people, the remnants of folks from the Songhai Empire. And this is what they told him. And so, as he writes in the text, Kokia or Kukia was a city very far east behind Gal, a city in the country of Misr in Sudan. The country of Misr is the valley of the Nile. According to Dubois, it is Misira, Cairo, which river can we see on the maps east of Gal? None except the Nile. Dubois. We continue. It is south of the island of Philae that we find people of a similar race, ancient Nubia, leaving a country with plenty of water, such as Nubia, before settling. The migrants looked for an area that reminded them of their mother country through analogous physical formations. In Gal, they found the Niger River with a vast sully of water, which was similar to the one they left behind, allowing them to fertilize the land as they had before by its floods. So, again, we come across oral tradition where they're talking about groups left the Nile Valley and found their way into West Africa. This time in Mali, which is a little bit further than Ghana. So we're going to see a pattern here. And so here's in the text, he gives he draws a map of the early Songhai Empire. And so this is from page 115. And then he draws a map of the path that these the people who are of the Songhai traveled from the Nile, traveling down the Nile into Nubia, and then straight across into West Africa. And so you got to remember, let's disregard my arguments for Negro Egyptian at the moment. The Soninke and Songhai languages and all of this, they categorize them as Nilo-Saharan. And they are a small minority in West Africa amongst an alleged sea of Niger-Congo speakers. And so Nilo-Saharan is supposed to be the birth child of the Sudan in that area. And so you have these folks whose languages are vastly different who traveled here and created this, an empire, the Songhai Empire. And so we'll deal with that a little bit later. Then you have the testimony of Dr. Kipkoech Rap Sambu. And he has written 2 books on the collagens ancient Egyptian origin. The Collagen are a semi-nomadic people, pastoral people who live in southern Sudan, in eastern Congo, in Uganda, in Kenya, and West Ethiopia, and I think a few are now in parts of Tanzania. And so they have a wide distribution around the Great Lakes. But their origin is in ancient Kemet. And so, like our good brother Arma, spoken of earlier from Ghana, he grew up with these oral traditions talking about where they came from. And so when he got of age and was going for his doctorate, he chose as a research topic to see if the oral traditions were in fact correct of these collagen people who are living in East Africa. And so the title of his PhD dissertation is Isis and Assis, Eastern Africa's collagen people and their pharaonic origin legend, a comparative study. So these folks, the collagen, are related to like the Luo people, the Nuer, the Dinkas, etc., etc. They too also are quote unquote Nilotic speakers. And in his dissertation, he kind of gives a background of everything. He says the collagen people have held fast onto a tradition that their ancestors in antiquity were part of ancient Egypt, which they variously called To and Misiri. Every collagen child is told this and remembers to pass it on to his or her own children in turn, all without questioning. But to a curious mind, at the first hearing, the tradition sounds disturbingly and hauntingly dissonant. To begin with, the collagen are among the darkest skinned of sub-Saharan people who bear only inferable physical semblance to the more African of the mixed Arabic-speaking population of Egypt. Until only a few decades ago, there were neither Muslims nor Christians among the collagen-speaking people. None could read or write. Technologically, they counted among the least advanced anywhere on the continent, where the ancient Egyptians, whom they claim to have been part of historically, had managed to put in place architectural and technological marvels, some of which are yet to be surpassed. No claim of origin could seem more preposterous. That's from page 10 or X in the beginning. So going to page 161, he says, generation after generation of the elders of the collagen speaking people have passed on to the youth the tradition that their ancestors of antiquity migrated to East Africa from Misiri, therefore Egypt. And he gives some citations where other people have recorded this legend as well. The persistence and consistency that have been the persistence and consistency have been such that the Chisaina describes this oral tradition that she also encountered time and again during her oral fieldwork all over collagen land. For her oral literature of the collagen as follows. The most popular theory says that the collagen originated from a country in the north of Kenya known as Imitab, which means the hot country. It is speculated that this country was either Sudan or Egypt. After conducting his own oral research in Kipsigis, Sang echoes Chisena. And then this is written in collagen language, so I'll skip to the English translation. It says the majority maintain that we came from Misri, Egypt, or southern Sudan, all these being desert lands. And so if y'all pay attention, you notice that in each oral tradition in which I cited, they kept bringing this word up, Misri, Misiri. And this is very telling because this is, ancient Kemet was known by a number of names. But It was also known as Misri or Misiri. Um, and in Arabic they have it, but they got that from um, the Bible. Egyptian Arabic is Masher. In Hebrew it's Mitzrayim. But the oldest attestation of this name for Egypt is the Akkadian Meishru or Mishru, related to Mishru, Mishiru, Masharu, meaning border or frontier. This word Misri is what we call in linguistics a calque. A calque is a loan translation. So normally when people borrow words into their language, they for the most part borrow the whole word and its meaning. But often people will borrow the meaning of a word, but not the word itself. They will use a word in their language to correspond to the meaning that is borrowed from the donor language. And so for anyone who knows about Egypt knows that it was known as the two lands. And so in many of the Egyptological textbooks, they argue that this means upper and lower Egypt. But that is not the case. The two lands really have to do with the two shores, the two sides of the banks of ancient Kemet. And so, we know that one of the names of Egypt was Tawi, the two lands, also known as Edebwi, the two shores. Edebwi Her, two banks, two shores of Horus. And so when you see in the Hebrew Mitzrayim or with the Akkadian Mishru, there it's a loan translation. So that's how they would say the two lands in their language. And so so this lets you know that they have a good knowledge of how the ancient Egyptians described their land as the two banks, the two shores, the two lands. That's what Egypt was known as. But in all three of the oral traditions, one from the Songhai in Mali, one from the Akan in Ghana, and then the collagen in Kenya and surrounding areas. All three use the word Misiri. So this lets you know that their migrations happen at a late period, at a time of foreign invasions, which is around, I would say, anywhere past like the 25th dynasty and things of that nature. Because this is around the time that Egypt was also known as Misiri. So I will continue. So I highly recommend, and if any of y'all want that text, I will give you this text from Kitkowich Sambu. So just hit me up either in my inbox on Facebook or hit me up on my email at info@asarimhotep.com, and I will send you this book. And it's not really a book, it's his PhD dissertation. And the reason why I recommend y'all get this PhD dissertation, because it gives you a methodology on how to research oral traditions. And so that is just one text. And so on my screen right now are a number of other texts that I recommend for learning how to research properly oral traditions in Africa. So we have two works here by John Van Sina. One is Oral Tradition as History, and the second one is Oral Tradition, a Study in Historical Methodology. And these are great works because you have a whole bunch of claims in Africa. People claiming they're from Egypt, and people claiming that they're from Mecca, and that they Hebrew Israelites, and all of this other kind of stuff. And so you have to know the methods to be able to ascertain what is authentically history from these oral traditions and what is not, and what to look for. What supporting evidence must you have in order to verify these claims? And so, another book that I recommend, and for those um, who take my research methods into Africana studies, y'all know that we use this book right here called Writing African History. There's is individual chapters written by different authors who uh, are writing on their specialties. So you have Christopher Ehret dealing with linguistics as a historical tool. You have Dr. Shermarker Keita on using paleoanthropology or biological anthropology. And there's these two different chapters on using oral tradition, how to use oral tradition when doing research. And the whole book is just a book of methodology on how to write African history. So, I just recommend the whole book, period. But then this last book is by Hasimi O Maega. I showed a picture of him at the beginning of our discussion. And he has a text, Balancing Written History with Oral Tradition, the Legacy of the Songhai People. And so he gives you some strategies on how to do research, using a balance of written and oral traditions. And so, when I research, these connections between West Africa and East Africa, these are some of the tools, these are some of the books I draw on when I'm analyzing the claims and the data. So there's something in one of the things that, for many of y'all who understand, or excuse me, who know my background, I'm a software engineer. And, there's when we're starting out and we're trying to gather information concerning, for a client or whatnot, how to solve their business problem using software or creating a software system, there's a stage in the process called requirements gathering. And so when we're gathering information on how to successfully execute this project, we need to know what the requirements are. What should the software do at the end of the day? So this is what we call requirements gathering. And so within that stage, we have a thing we look for, and that is we define the criteria for measuring the success, the acceptance test. We write out what we call acceptance test. And so with that, I take that into even the scholarship thing, because you have to have a criteria to know how to verify oral traditions in their claims. So how would you know that someone is telling the truth regarding a particular migrations and things of that nature? So this is, just wanted to drop that on you now. So with that said, when we're dealing with ancient Kemet in the Sudan and West Africa, there are certain individuals who swear and they want to make a claim that in order for the oral traditions to be valid, that they need archaeology and they need genetics and some paleontological work. And what I argue with these individuals is that for the most part, those, if you have that evidence, it will be great. However, when you're dealing with West Africa, you're dealing with an absence of evidence along those lines because there's not much archaeological work done for West Africa. You have to use a combination of a variety of different fields of inquiry to put the pieces together. And so, for example, as I state here, one cannot show that the current inhabitants in West Africa are the same inhabitants in the same locations 5,000, 10,000, or even 20,000 years ago. In order to prove that the current people there now are the same people from these respective dates, one would need to do the following. So let me back up just a little bit here. Some of the arguments that I've heard from certain folks have been that the people in West Africa have been there since 20 to 30,000 years ago, and that this is why it's impossible for them to have any relations with anyone in the Nile Valley in terms of ancient Egypt or ancient Nubia. And what they fail to realize is that just because you have settlements that old doesn't mean that the current population who lives there now are the same people who or the descendants of the people who lived there 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago or 20,000 years ago. They may not even be the same people from 300 years ago. Why? Because populations move. Populations move because of droughts, because of wars, because of volcanic eruptions. These are all the motivating facts for why Africans left the continent of Africa in the first place. And so for anyone who has read Dr. Chancellor Williams' The Destruction of Black Civilizations, you will know that, as he argued even in that text, that the reason why you have those small clans across Africa is because Africa had a very harsh environment, and that was forcing people to move. And then on top of that, invasions and wars and things of this nature, forcing groups that were once larger to scatter and become fragments, and them traveling long distances. And so, to continue here, in order to make these claims, one, you need to have relative samples from all the locations of the ancient DNA. So let's say that your idea of West Africa is Ghana, Mali, Senegal, and Gambia, and even Nigeria. In order for you to argue that those people who are there right now are the same people who were there, let's even say at the time of Pharaonic Egypt, or let's say 10 to 20,000 years ago, you would need mummies or some preserved bones in every single one of those locations, and you would need to have a good number of samples in each one of those locations to as your basis to even compare with the modern folks. That doesn't exist in West African archaeology. You don't have that information. And every single time, challenge anyone who makes that argument that it is. Tell them to show you some journal articles or even some artifacts in a museum of these bones and DNA samples that, in abundance, where what the DNA profile is of West Africans at these different time periods. It doesn't exist. So, as I stated, you would need those ancient remains with relative samples in each one of those locations, so you can compare them with the modern samples. So you would need modern samples in those locations. And so, that's something that we're working on. We have a good idea, of the modern DNA profile of folks. Some people say that, you can do this in terms of language. And I show you that it's impossible to detect what language those ancient Africans in West Africa spoke. Why? Because they had no writing. They had no recording devices. They didn't have computers and Facebook and microphones and MP3 players and record players and CDs. None of those things exist in ancient times. So what you would need is a plethora of artifacts with writing on them. And those writing samples would have to show full sentences, grammar, and lexicon. And means those scripts would have also had to have been deciphered. Because if you have writing on the artifacts that can be dated, then you can compare the languages that are written on the artifacts to the modern languages in the places where the people are speaking. Then and only then can you tell if those people at those respective, and I'm just making up these arbitrary dates, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 years ago. Unless you have writing, you can never tell what language those people spoke. It's impossible. And anybody saying that they can is an idiot. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. You need writing. And West Africans didn't have writing like that. Not until the more modern age. So, with that said, you would also need a full grammar description of the current languages to do a comparative analysis. So it's just like with the situation with the DNA. You would need a large sample size of bones in DNA to compare to the modern. And the reason why you can't use like one bone, like if you find one skull or two, that is not enough. And so you have to learn about these things in statistics and in terms of what is a good sample size. Because you can have, for example, and this is just arbitrary of what I'm talking about right now, but it's just to give you an example. So say we have a Wolof speaker. There's a native Senegalese Wolof speaker who is in Gambia. But then, this person dies, or everybody in there we know that speaks, saying Wolof there. But non-Wolof speakers also travel in and out and through Senegambia. So you could have a Berber in town visiting, and for some reason they died and was buried in Senegal. But they may be from Mauritania or Libya or something to that nature. And so if you have one bone, one set of bone, and you do a DNA analysis and it comes back Berber or something to that nature, or people in Libya, you would come to the conclusion that the people in West Africa and Senegal were all Berbers. But you can't come to that conclusion, which is why you need a large sample size so that you can see the diversity of the population in that area. So this is why you go get those books. This is something that Shamarka Keita speaks on in that book, Writing African History. So in that same vein, it's the same thing with the languages. You would need a plethora of artifacts with the languages that we know as full-blown languages. Then you need to compare it to modern languages and grammars to see if there is a continuity. That may be a proto-language in those ancient times. So, we have tools, we have ways to ascertain whether those things are in excuse me, those two languages under examination are in fact related to each other or not. And so, and lastly, the measurement and comparison of old bones to new bones in the same locations to see if in fact there is some continuity. So when you're looking at certain type of limb proportions, or you're even looking at certain skull sizes or things of that nature that may be due to certain environments in which they live. There's certain things that you can tell in terms of diet if we have these bones, versus what's in the modern day. And so there's a plethora of things you have to do, and this has not been done for West Africa, not in any large scale. There's no plethora of ancient bones. The reason why is because West Africa is too hot and humid. The natural enzymes in soils and stuff like this breaks down human remains and stuff. This is why it's hard to find any ancient, for example, artifacts and even bones samples like in places like forest, because the soils are too rich in things that decompose these things fast. It's not the same as when you go into Egypt, in Libya, or even places like in Arabia and things where it's surrounded by desert and it's dry. And so when bones and mummies and stuff are buried there, they have a way to preserve, because of the salts and things in the sand, a way to preserve these bones for thousands of years. The same thing with folks in Europe when they have mummies, they're frozen in places that are frozen for all year round, like in caves and stuff to that nature. They can extract those bones. They can extract that DNA because their bodies have been preserved. But if you go into places like West Africa, in the savannah and in the forest areas, it does not preserve well bones. So this has been the number one hindrance for extracting DNA for people in West Africa for these time periods. So you're not going to find an abundance of that. So as I stated, the primary issues: no samples of ancient bones or flesh which DNA can be extracted, and I should put in scientifically significant numbers. West African environments are not suitable to preserve DNA or artifacts. Populations move due to droughts, plagues, wars, and other natural disasters like volcanic eruptions. New populations often settle on old settlements, skewing the data. There is no correlation between genes, bones, and language. So one could not use old DNA to discover what language the persons from which the DNA sample originated spoke. Along those same lines, a genetically diverse population can all speak the same language, as the case with the United States, with all these genetically diverse people all speaking English. So our DNA can never tell you what language you spoke. So this is why, just like in the case with the bones, we do the same thing with language. The reason why I know that these Proto-Bantu words are old is because you find them in Sumerian and you find them in Egyptian. This is how I can verify Proto-Bantu, because I can find these same words in Sumerian and Egyptian. And these are on art. The words that you find here are not being spoken by people in the area today. They all are on artifacts. They all have full sentences in paragraphs. So we know the grammar of these ancient traditions. And so, going back at least 3000 BCE, I know that Proto-Bantu, these words go back that far. So I have Sumerian and Egyptian as my base to talk about the antiquity of Proto-Bantu. And if you was to do any kind of DNA study or paleontological study, you would need to do the same thing in the physical. You would need to have verifiable old bones and DNA to compare with the more modern. And so, just wanted to put that in. And so, throughout our conversation, we also have to keep in mind the notion of coincidence. And so, a coincidence is a remarkable concurrence of events or circumstances without an apparent causal connection. And so, one of the things that you have to ask yourself is how many quote unquote coincidences are allowed before they can no longer be considered a coincidence. And this is, one of the things we have to consider moving forward. So, the research question, and now we're going to get into some things. So, the research question: do African Americans have ancestors who were the descendants of the ancient Egyptians? That's the big question. And for those of y'all who are just joining us now, please like and share the conversation. And, if y'all like what you hear and you want to donate something, so I can continue to do more of these, the super chat has been activated. And so we'll test it out tonight. So the fundamental research question we have is: do African Americans have ancestors who were descendants of ancient Egyptians? So before we can answer that question, we have to be mindful of where African Americans come from. So I know that we probably have individuals who are not of African American descent, but who are listening. But I'm focused on the African Americans, but this may apply, of course, to just the African diaspora, who in modern times are descendants of those Africans who were enslaved in the early period. So, so just because I'm saying African Americans doesn't mean I'm leaving y'all out. It's just that's just my focus. And so what applies to us is ultimately applies to the diaspora as a whole. So if you pay attention to this map, this is a slave. I shouldn't say trade map, but this is a origins map and route map for those Africans who were enslaved and where they went. So there's two different slave trades that are depicted in this one map. So in the more southern regions of Africa over here is the quote unquote transatlantic slave trade. But then you also have, even though a lot of them originate from this area, those Africans who were enslaved but came via the Sahara or into Arabia in the Ottoman Empire. So Africans in these dark spaces that you see here, these are the primary areas for which Africans were kidnapped and brought to the quote unquote New World. So you'll see places like Sierra Leone, you'll see what is now Mali, Niger, Ghana, Nigeria, Benin, Cameroon, Congo, Angola. But a lot of folks keep forgetting that a lot of us came from this eastern Congo, Rwanda area, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Madagascar, as well as Mataras down here, or Mauritius down here. And so there was a southeast African origins. As a matter of fact, my mother's lineage originates here between Tanzania and Mozambique. And this is going to be very important in our discussion. So keep in mind just keep an imprint in your mind of these locations here, of where these Africans were stolen from. So, you'll find some African Americans who have East African in terms of, these people from the Great Lakes regions. And, that will become very important. So, here's some of the large ethnic groups that were taken. So you have Wolof, Mandingo, Yoruba, Dahomey, Fon, Fanti, Bambara, Malinke. I won't read them all, but Timne, Grebo, Basa, Vai, uh, Kaimbinda, Bakongo, Balima, Bambo, Luango, Luba, Imbagala. And you can get these names from Africanisms in American Culture by Joseph Halloway. We can also add the Fulani and the Makua from Mozambique, for example, to this list. And there's actually even more, but I think it's around 50 ethnic groups of Africans that were taken and brought and scattered throughout the quote unquote New World. But notice that I have three of these names highlighted in red: the Wolof, the Yoruba, and the Fulani, because these are the groups that I will be dealing with in this presentation. I will be doing a smaller version of this presentation on Sanetta's show this weekend, but I'll only be dealing with the Yoruba there, and then I'm going to be dealing with the Akan for Sanetta's channel. So again, this is a longer presentation. So, I'm going to deal with these other two groups. So I'm going to skip this. This is just where some of the groups were brought to in the United States. So we also have to keep in mind different contact and trade models. So what I'm going to be talking about here is how groups come to share artifacts and exchange cultural ideas and also exchange biology. So what I'm about to show you comes from two texts, both by C. Renfrew, and that is Trade as an Action at a Distance, Questions of Integration and Communication. And but that's an article in the book Ancient Civilization and Trade. And this one here, this text, Archaeology, Theories, Methods, and Practices. And so what they talk about is these 10 ways in which people trade. And if you understand these 10 ways in which trade happens, you can see and find explanations for commonalities that you see with different people. So the first one is direct access. Refers to a situation in which party A has direct access to the sources of raw materials, goods, and services without relying on the assistance of party B. So that's what you see here in this first row. So they're all numbered. And so what I've written here corresponds to these images that you see on the left-hand side. So A has access to resources where B lives, but they have direct access. They don't need B to intervene. 2, reciprocity. Home base describes the exchange of goods between parties A and B on territory A. So here's A, this is column A, and this is column B. So A and B have trade relations, but B comes to the territory of A to get and exchange goods. 3, reciprocity boundary. Also describes the exchange of goods between parties A and B, but taking place at the border of the two territories. So if these are two countries, this would be right at the border between country A and country B. So B wouldn't go into territory A and A wouldn't go to territory B. They would just meet right in the middle. Number 4, down the line trade describes the exchange typical of models 2 and 3 between A and B, but with the participation of other territories and their representatives. So it's just like with A and B, except there's more people involved. So there's a C, D, E, and F, et cetera, that are all meeting at one of these, either A or B's location. So 5, the central place redistribution assumes the existence of a central territory with a representative of C. Both A and B supply goods or materials to C as tribute, imposition, or levy, receiving part of the other party's contribution in return. So this is what you see a lot in ancient Egypt, that different parties come in and give tribute in C, uh, without necessarily having it some exchange on their territories. So central place market, and I'm gonna go through these fast. So when you review these, you can pause these and read them for yourself. Central place market exchange assumes a situation similar to the fifth model, but without the participation of C. The exchange between A and B takes place directly in a central place. 7, freelance. Middlemen trading assumes the existence of an independent middleman between A and B, meaning that they don't belong to any of either A or B, but they facilitate goods between A and B. And then emissary trading also assumes the existence of a middleman, but in this case, he depends on one of the parties. In this case, party B has its own emissary who is in charge of exchanging goods with A. And again, you can look at kind of how these diagrams help to explain these things. Number 9, colonial enclave. The exchange is organized by a legitimate enclave of B in the territory of A. And so you see that in each one of these situations, for the most part, people can live from territory B into A and do business, and vice versa. Or there's an abundance of folks. And so I'm saying all of this to say that this is the kind of exchange and things that you find in Africa all along. But people from a long distance territory, let's say A, may move to B to do business, but end up starting a family there. And so a case in point is people in Nigeria who go to South Africa to set up shop and set up businesses. So y'all seen how in the recent news that South Africans were attacking Nigerians because they believe that they are taking up all the business. But this is a prime example of people moving from a long distance to there to do business, but they're marrying the locals. They're having children with the local. So now I'm gonna just deal with some common affinities between Kemet and Central Africa. So one of the ways that you can determine, who's who based on Egyptian art is certain of the artifacts, the living artifacts that you'll see. So you won't find in these territories, for example, statues with these things, but you will see in the living tradition these things. So you see all in Egyptian art various individuals with these kind of cones on their head. These cones are made of clay or animal fat, which is used as a fragrance, and sometimes they're red, and they use red ochre to color it. So just how you see this woman here of Ethiopia, you see the same thing, even the same color here in ancient Kemet. The same ideas. And matter of fact, the collagen still do this, and they use it for kind of wedding ceremonies and things of that nature. So here's a Raya Ethiopian man, where he has this thing of butter, and sometimes it'll be butter or fat and things of that nature. And you see, of course, in this celebration here, people with these things on their head. So they're just not random ancient Egyptian art. These are actual traditions, living things, living artifacts, what we call culture facts, that you can see African people still doing to this day. And so when you look at this stuff, you can tell who are these people. So who you see here is an Afar man. And the Afar were in ancient Egypt and were the ancient Egyptians. But doesn't mean that they were necessarily like the ancient Egyptian language. Let's say Middle Egyptian is the Afar language. They have they were there, and one of the ways you can tell, because they in a lot of these traditions, those same oils and fats and butters and things um, are used in the hair to make it soft and things of that nature. And you see the same hair, the same color hair amongst these Afar folks in ancient Kemet. Same coloration. And so what people have to remember is that the ancient Egyptians were not one tribe. They were different tribes that were confederated along the Nile Valley. And this is going to become very important. And thanks to Kiri T for the donation. Excuse me. And I will continue. So just like you see in terms of continuity, the priest in ancient Kemet, again with those oils and butters on the top of their head, you see them with these leopard skins, cheetah skins. That's which is a sign of a priest. Which you see also again. This is I think Oromos out of Ethiopia. There's continuity here. Now, W.B. Du Bois in a book called The Negro, and I should say that W.B. Du Bois used to study under Williams Flinders Petrie. So he was getting direct archaeological evidence and things because of his relationship with Flinders Petrie. There's a professor out of Philly right now. It's a white lady. It's a Egyptologist who should be doing a talk this week at the University of Pennsylvania Museum. But anyway, she's currently writing a book on the relationship between Du Bois and Williams Flinders Petrie, and how this informed Du Bois' study of ancient Kemet. So, in this book called The Negro, in 1950, Du Bois makes this statement: many things show the connection between Egypt and this part of Africa. The same glass beads are found in Uganda and Upper Egypt, and similar canoes are built. Harps and other instruments bear great resemblance. Finally, the Bahima, as the Gala invaders are called, are strikingly Egyptian in type. At the same time, they are undoubtedly Negro in hair and color. Perhaps we have here the best racial picture of what ancient Egyptian and Upper Nile regions were in pre-dynastic times and later. Thus, in outline was seen the mission of the people, Abantu as they called themselves. Now, remember, W.B. Du Bois was doing this work before Diop. Diop comes a little later in the 50s, the 40s and 50s. And so, before then, our Diop was W.B. Du Bois making these connections between Egypt and Central Africa. So, when he talks about, and I have these highlighted, these similar canoes and harps. So here you have the harp in this ancient Egyptian relief, and the same type of harp you can find in Central Africa in Gabon. Same thing with the canoes in which he talked about. So this solar bark that you see the god Ra in this depiction, it is Maatii solar bark. You find the same type of bark under the same name again in Central Africa among the Kiambundu, called Malunga. And if you have Aaluja Volume 2, you have all the sound correspondences that will show that you pronounce Ma'at like Malungu, as far as the core with the T suffix. Thanks to Brother Jahi Isa for his donation. And you can see here the same type of craft amongst these speakers here is similar to the type that you find in the ancient reliefs in the Nile Valley. Now, of course, they'll add some, different type of, this looks like some horns up in the front here, but it's essentially the same type of model. In the tomb of Nesika Shuti in the 21st dynasty, and actually you can find this all throughout ancient Egyptian history. That is, in different reliefs, in different tombs, on different papyri, they're always referencing these lakes with fire, these fire lakes, these steaming lakes. And I wish that I had this photo that Ashra Kwesi had, that when he went to East Africa amongst these lakes, he actually went to one of these steaming lakes in Central Africa, and it had baboons sitting around it. And this is exactly what you see here in this tomb, and which is why I said on what's his name show that a lot of these what we're thinking are funerary texts also served as maps to places in inner Africa. But that's another discussion for another time. So one of those lakes that you find is called Merkebu. And what I'm citing here is directly from my text, Aaluja Volume 2. I say, in the book of Amtuat is a reference to a lake of boiling water. Therefore, Merkebu, with a putrid smell. This would match Lake Kivu in the Great Lakes region of East Africa, which lies on the border between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it looks tiny up here. It's a big lake actually, but it's Lake Kivu here in right here. So it's still named what it was named at the time of the ancient Egyptians. Lake Kivu has a rough, jagged coast and contains numerous islands, the largest of which is Ijwi. Along with Cameroonian Lake Nios and Lake Munun, Lake Kivu is one of three that are known to undergo limnic eruptions. A limnic eruption is a rare type of natural disaster in which dissolved carbon dioxide suddenly erupts from the deep lake waters, forming a gas cloud capable of suffocating wildlife, livestock, and humans. And so this is why it's important to read the text and to pay attention to these small things, because they're naming things around, and we'll show that the ancient Egyptians had trade relations with Central Africa and Central Southeast Africa. And thanks to Ramesu for your donation. Hold on one second. So when it comes to culture facts, this is probably one of those examples where, the commonality is the result of them having a common ancestor in terms of folks in Central Africa and those in ancient Kemet. So we think that this opening of the mouth ceremony is unique to ancient Kemet. So for those who are familiar with the opening of the mouth ceremony, here you see this priest with the sebwer, which is a tool here to open the mouth of the deceased, the mummy here. There's a book by Robert Ferris Thompson called The 4 Moments of the Sun. It's a big table coffee book. I don't even know if people still buy coffee books or even have coffee tables still, but it's a big coffee book full of art and things from the Congo region, and it deals with their cosmology. So this is the cosmogram of the Bakongo speaking people, the 4 moments of the sun. And like the people in the Nile Valley, they have an opening of the ceremony, the opening of the mouth ceremony, and they give you some clues as to what the opening of the mouth means. And so, as Robert Ferris Thompson informs us on pages 61 and 62, when they are, how should I say this? When they bury somebody who is very important, like a king or whatnot, in their in their region, they make them into what is called a Nyombo. And so a Nyombo is like a just a highly revered ancestor. And but unlike regular ancestors, people who just die and move on, these particular ancestors are ancestralized and expected to work on behalf of the living community in the realm of the dead. So at this king's funeral, which Robert Ferris Thompson was fortunate enough to witness, he talks about what was going on and what the people were saying during this funerary rite. So he says, in the quotes, "Go with our tears, wet upon your face, and represent our problems among the dead. Be our medium," unquote. By similar interpretation, the open mouth with the lips rendered in relief, because the Nyombos are these mummified, they mummify the kings. And when he's mummified, they become the Nyombo. But they also, in the wrappings, they paint the face of the king, or put some kind of thing to make it kind of look human. But these mummies are big. They like wrap them in this great cloth. I discuss it in detail in Aaluja Volume 2 in the intro. But so when they're talking about with the lips rendered into relief symbolizes the leader speaking to the dead, they're talking about the lips that are put on the Nyombo figure. Okay, so now I quote again. "The funeral is over now, and he is talking in the other world. All Nyombo should have open mouths. This means there is speech in the other world. If the open mouth of the Nyombo brings parlance into the other world and tears cold messages of shared concern, the towering gesture of the Nyombo, right hand up, left hand down, is similarly significant. It maps the boundary to be crossed. It identifies the cord connecting life to death. It is the crossroads pose. The Nyombo gesture also marks a person's transition from this world to the next. On behalf of this community, Nyombo hails the heavens and the horizon line. When you die, you automatically become an ancestor, but not everyone becomes a Nyombo. Being buried in the Nyombo figure means the community believes that this person will become our medium." So this opening of the mouth ceremony that they do is to open the mouth of the ancestor on the other world so that he or she can communicate with the other ancestors, local spirits, and the other deities, so that they can work on behalf of the living community. And so you see a similar thing in ancient Kemet. So in the Pertin Heru, in the Theban Reception, chapter 72, the chapter for going out in the day and opening up the tomb, the deceased makes the statement, "I have power by means of this magic. I am recognized as a spirit. Save me from aggressors in this land of the just. Give me my mouth that I may speak with it." And I cite in Aaluja Volume 2 one that where it talks about, in the same fashion that you find in in the Bakongo, where they're speaking on behalf of the living community. And so you see artifacts, because you're not going to find, per se, artifacts from ancient Egypt in places like West or Central Africa. But what you will find is the similar art. They will take the ideas of the art and make their own artifacts with it. So the same type of receptacle you see in this 4th millennium BC in the Nakata period, you see in this calabash this is actually from West Africa. And the same type of stools and headrests, you see the same type of shapes in this stool here is from Mali. And so I'll be digging into why this stool is important on my talk in on Sonnetta's program when I'm dealing with Ghana. And so this is the proposed route. This is from the book Exiled Egyptians. And I have some problems with that book. And it's primarily because he makes statements, but he doesn't cite his sources in the text. And so he has the sources in the bibliography, but in the text he doesn't cite the sources or give you page numbers. He just says a text says this, which is just weird from a scholastic standpoint. So you really have to use that as just a lead to go through those texts and then find what you need to verify what Mustafa says in that text in Exiled Egyptians. But one of the things I like are his maps, and he's showing these migratory and trade routes that you find. So people think that the Sahara was really a a barrier between East Africa and West Africa, you know, and so but that's not the case. And I just want to show you where these people route. So it's something similar to what you saw in Du Bois, Felix Du Bois, 1897 maps. And this is a different one here where he's giving a route from the Fayum down, you know, saying into the Sudan, into Lake Chad, going into the Niger. So this is the route which he argues that these people from ancient Kemet in East Africa, Northeast Africa, and the Sudan traveled into West Africa. And so this is also argued in a different text by Dierchelin and de Cilia. It's a French text called The Empire of Ghana, Wagadu and the Traditions of Yerere. This was in 1982. And they too talk about these routes that the people went and the types of trade coming from Egypt, from Cairo, on to West Africa, here going to the Wagadu Kingdom, and just like what you see in from the text of Du Bois, you know, again coming out of the Sudan, going through Lake Chad, into places like Timbuktu, and things of this nature. So you know, you got to pay attention to these maps. And so, in any normal context, I don't necessarily recommend books by Robert Brevall, especially when he starts getting into the esoteric stuff and aliens. But in this text, he actually did an excellent job. And the book is Black Genesis, the prehistoric origins of ancient Egypt. And in this text, he talks about these trade expeditions going into the deep south of Sudan and on the edge of Chad. And you're seeing some evidence of that. And then this is in Sudan, this the farthest part of Sudan, and they're trying to find the land of Yam. And I really think that the land of Yam is where the Yoruba originate. The people with that name Yoruba. But I'm still doing some investigation with that, and it's very promising. So I'll let y'all know how that comes about in a future conversation. But just want to recommend this book to show you because it's just too much to go through right now because that's its own discussion about discovering where Yam is and the relationship between the trade in Libya and in Chad with the ancient Egyptians. And so, you know, Chad is just on the border of what is modern day Nigeria. And so you have one of those situations where people from Chad would trade with ancient Egyptians and people from Punt and be middlemen for people in Nigeria who would travel to their borders. So you got to understand those different types of trades in which I talked about. So some stuff could have been passed on in that way, with the Chadic speakers being the middlemen. But here's something that I want to stress as well. So I note this in Aaluja Volume 2. There's a text, an article, Punt and Oxum, Egypt and the Horn of Africa by Jack Phillips in the Journal of African History, 1997. On page 436 and 437, he makes a statement. And he's dealing with what he's trying to argue right here is that the ancient Egyptians had trade with deeper in Central Africa than what people realize, and that their reach, that there was a trade network basically from ancient Kemet all the way down to Mozambique, on southeast Africa, and then closer in the Great Lakes region in terms of inland trade. So this is one text. If this was the case, talking about the trade, we can entertain the possibility that at least some of their goods, talking about the Egyptians' trade goods, may have come from even further afield within Africa, from the area of modern Somalia or further inland in more tropical areas, as well as further south along the East African coast, from the southern Arabian Peninsula across the Red Sea, or possibly even from India. And this is this is important for another conversation in terms of this trade, because those East Africans in Somalia, in Tanzania, and in Mozambique at the time during Pharaonic times were trading with Indians. And there's an archaeologist by the name of Dr. Felix Chimey, who has written a number of texts that are very, and he does the actual raw digs. It's an African archaeologist who does the raw digs and has been bringing out a lot of information on that early trade in between that region of Africa and India and China. But on that same page, there's a footnote. So there's footnote 32. So after he makes that statement, he says evidence for the existence of such a far-flung contact, even in a millennium earlier than the East Dynasty, either direct or indirect, but more likely the latter, has recently been recognized. A pendant recovered in a grave dated to 2500 to 2400 BC at Tel Asmar near modern Baghdad is now identified as copal from the area of Zanzibar, Madagascar, and Mozambique. And he cites the text here. He says, I thank Dr. Mark Horton of the University of Bristol for this reference. The identification has since been questioned, although not in print. And so what they're saying here is that you know where Baghdad is in the Middle East, but how did they get material that comes from all the way down in Madagascar, Zanzibar, and Mozambique? Because there was a trade network between these Africans. Remember, look at the date here, 2500 to 2400 BCE. So this area was not ignorant of inner Africa and southern Africa. They had been traveling back and forth. So as Egyptians were going down, so were these Africans going up. And so there was no barrier between what is North Africa and Southeast Africa or Central Africa. They've been doing trade during Pharaonic times. So this is why it's going to be important to know how they knew where to go when people started migrating out of Africa. I mean, out of Egypt and the Sudan. And so I should have put the text here. But LaCroix, in this text here, this is cited in Aaluja Volume 2, talks about in a later period how these Egyptians and even the Romans knew about certain locations in Central and Southeast Africa. And he says, I have argued in my discussion of Ophir and Punt that all the above voyages had the gold of Zimbabwe and Transvaal as their goal. And so Ophir is named in the Bible, um, or whatnot. And so we know where Punt is. I have also argued that the aim of Pharaoh Necho's expedition was to bring the gold of Zimbabwe Transvaal to Egypt via the Strait of Gibraltar and to evade the Arab trade monopoly. Necho's expedition took place in about 600 BC. Is it not very likely that the Carthaginians had learned of this voyage, at least through rumors, and also knew the true goal of Necho's expedition? I don't know if y'all recall the conversation that I was having on Garfield's show, but I was telling you that one of the reasons why ancient Kemet fell is because the people in Arabia and the people in Europe discovered the sources of material for which Egypt was the middleman. Egypt built its empire by controlling the trade coming out of Central and East Africa for goods exchanged in the Levant, in places like Syria and Greece, in Turkey, and things of this nature. Once these folks found out Egypt's sources for materials, they started going around Egypt and dealing with the inner Africans directly. And this reduced the power and helped to cripple the economy of ancient Kemet. This is part of the reason why it fell, not just invasions coming from the north. So now we go to that famous DNA tribes, article from way back in February of 2013. So in this DNA company, they do ancestry and all other kinds of tests. Examine a few of the papers that were written concerning the DNA of the 19th and 20th dynasty mummies of King Tut and his family, and then of the Ramesses. And so this article was called Ramesses III and African Ancestry in the 20th Dynasty of New Kingdom Egypt. So in this, at the beginning of the article, they start talking about just migrations, human migrations in fairly recent history in terms of the end of the Bronze Age. And so he's talking about the sea people's migrations, the Semitic expansions coming out of the Levant into southern and eastern Arabia, Nubians, Nilotic migrations. Remember, the Nilots originate around in Sudan, but some of them move over here into West Africa, and some of them move into Central Africa. So when you're talking about your collagen, your Maasai, your Luo, and individuals like that, your Nandi, all of those folks originate here in Egypt and in what is now called Sudan, and moved down. And so then you have your Bantu migrations, your Cushitic migrations. So they're talking about these particular migrations and how that may affect the samples. So they make this statement on page 4, and this is something that a lot of people miss. All of these migrations seen in figure 1, which we just saw, might have influenced the present-day genetic structure of Africa and Eurasia, including Egypt. For this reason, present-day DNA matches in the following geographical analysis might, to some degree, reflect these population movements that took place after the time in Ramesses III. Read that last part again. For this reason, present-day DNA matches in the following geographical analysis might, to some degree, reflect these population movements that took place after the time of Ramesses III. So the original paper names the haplogroup for which it is predicted Ramesses III is. And so the quote from the original paper, which is Revisiting the Harem Conspiracy and the Death of Ramesses III, says genetic kinship analysis revealed identical haplogroups in both mummies. Using the Whit-Athy haplogroup predictor, we determined the Y chromosome haplogroup E1B1A. The testing of polymorphic autosomal microsatellite loci provided similar results in at least one allele of each marker. This citation here from Trombetti, 2011, A New Topology of the Human Y Chromosome Group E1B1, breaks down how the E1B1, becomes E1B1A and E1B1B, etc., etc. It says haplogroup E1B1 now contains two basal branches, EV38, E1B1A, and EM215, E1B1B, with V38, V100 joining the two previously separated lineages. EM2, formerly E1B1A, and EM329, formerly E1B1C, each of these two lineages has a peculiar geographic distribution. EM2 is the most common haplogroup in sub-Saharan Africa, with frequency peaks in Western, about 80%, and Central Africa, about 60%. So they're saying here that Ramesses III is E1B1A, and that E1B1A is the dominant haplogroup, or is dominant in what is called quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa. And even with this, you have to kind of be careful, because depending on the age of E1B1A, it still could be one of those situations where they are related on the archaic level, which I talked about earlier, to where you have an original A1B1A where certain populations split, so one going into the Nile Valley and another one going into West Africa. This wouldn't necessarily mean that his E1B1A is the same as what you find with the divisions in West Africa. So we have to be a little bit careful. We just got to be careful, period, when interpreting that piece of evidence. But this is, hold on. Fix your mic cord. I don't have a mic cord. Hold on. Let me see. I don't have a mic cord. I don't know what's going on as far as the people. Let me know if y'all can hear me good at all. He said I'm buzzing. I wish I could hear y'all. I wish I could hear me, because there's just no way for me to know. Whatever I just did triggered it. Something not in. I don't have a mic in. That's just the problem. I took my headphones off a long time ago, so there's no how should I say, there's nothing plugged in, so I don't know. He said I can hear you, but you're buzzing. It is gone now. Okay, well, I'll just continue. So thank y'all for the update. Okay, so now they give some numbers in terms of the percentage and the degree in which the Ramesses III clusters with certain African people, but then they give a representation, a more graphical representation of the correspondences between the E1B1 that Ramesses III has with the Africans, the other sub-Saharan Africans. So note that, remember that according to that other one, that E1B1A has a 80% uh, percentage in West Africa and a 60% percentage in Central or Southern Africa. So it decreases when you go. But notice on this map here, this is the Ramesses III's autosomal STR profile. The bigger the circle, the more the Ramesses III's haplogroup and everything and its autosomal matches cluster with these people. So you notice that this is not the case where it is simply the West African E1B1s being different than the one in for Ramesses III. You see that this over here, I would consider this kind of Uganda, Lower Sudan, area right here. This, of course, is Cameroon, Congo area. You have here the like a cluster where Mali in the Songhai Empire. You have over here in the Great Lakes region, and then you have over here in Southern Africa. In Central and Southern Africa are the largest circles, and thanks to hold on, I can't see the name of the person who just made a donation. Gary Hart. So thank you, brother Gary Hart, for your donation. I want to make sure I shout you out. So you see that it is close, that he clusters closer to here. So notice that he's not clustering with people over here near the Sudan. There's no marks there. There's a tiny little dot here in Mauritania or in Morocco up here, but this is the smallest compared to in these areas. So remember the map that I showed earlier, and I made you pay attention to where these Africans were taken from in the transatlantic slave trade. And given the few slides that I had just before this, I told you about the trade relations that the people had, because this is where Punt is. This is the inner Punt, because you can walk to Punt, as the ancient Egyptian records told us, or you can sail to Punt. So you have all this area here in Yam, in here. This is one of the areas in which they traded. We showed that they were trading over here as far south as Mozambique. This is where Mozambique, Tanzania is. And Mozambique is where my maternal lineage is from. And we're going to see how this over here in Nigeria, Cameroon, Benin plays a role in this discussion. And so we've already dealt with. So notice that these are the areas where the collagen and all these, where the people come from, talking about they migrated from Egypt, from Mid-Syria. And then you have over here clusters where the exact places where people talk about they came from Mid-Syria. So there was another mummy found for the 20th dynasty, is Unknown Man E. And this is who he clusters with. Again, no one up here. All these Central and Southeast African Great Lakes folks were like these Bantu speakers and things. And so this is important. So I want you to etch this in your mind and then pay attention to what I'm about to cite right now. So DNA tribes, page 6. In addition, these DNA match results, the ones that you just saw, in present-day world regions might in part express population changes in Africa after the time of Ramesses III. In particular, DNA matches in present-day populations of Southern Africa and the African Great Lakes might to some degree reflect genetic links with ancient populations formerly living closer to New Kingdom Egypt that have expanded southwards in the Nilotic and Bantu migrations of the past 3,000 years. So let's go back. And look at this, and it makes perfect sense. So if this was simply a case of a long ancestral tie of E1B1A to Ramesses III, you would see these clusters still here in this area. But it's not. It's absent in this area, but you find it dominant here. But these are the same areas where the people who claim to have migrated from Egypt after New Kingdom times migrated to. So if those populations migrated and settled and had descendants in these areas, it makes perfect sense of why you find them there in this day. And so this is a very important thing to understand. So we can see why, certain texts, also other texts also make these arguments. For example, Esau Ingom's, the ethno-cultural relationship of ancient Egypt and the Bantu world. And you can see on their map, these coming out, coming to the Sahara, coming in this way, also coming in from this way. This sounds something similar to Mboli's model, even though I think this text was written before Mboli. There's also another book, The Restatement of the Bantu Origins, where they try to make the argument that these folks come out of the Nile Valley and spread via these ways. And this book was written in 92 by Alfred M. Mlmnyara, because you also have Egyptian origin stories for a few of these folks in these areas. And in others you have migration stories like the people, like the Kikongo speakers, that they come directly out of the Sahara, coming straight down here. And so we discuss how the drying of the Sahara pushes the quote-unquote Bantu migrations further south. But the Bantus were up here, then migrated south there. And so I bring the citations there. So when we look at those areas, again, where those circles are, you saw, is places right here: Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, and in the Congo. And then if you go to the west part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where you hit Cameroon and Nigeria, you saw those other clusters as well. And so this is a picture of Ramesses III. And these are, actual artifacts of his likeness. And you'll see that, you could tell that it was different tribes of people ruling at different times in ancient Kemet. And so around this time of Ramesses III, it's a totally different group of people who lived there. And if for some reason they may have been pushed out, kicked out, and they decided to migrate down south through Sudan into places like the Great Lakes region over a 2,000 year span. And so you can see that, this is a Beha individual, and, they wear kind of the similar hairstyle. And this is just another angle of Ramesses III and another angle of the same brother who's you see right here with that same type of hairstyle, and beard and skin color and things. And so this is the tomb of Ramesses. This is from the tomb of Ramesses III. And this is the famous one that you would see that's right. That's Amenhotep. Thank you. No, this one is Ramesu here. Yes, brothers rocking that fro. And so this is this tomb here. You can see this is the tomb in which Sheikh Anta Diop, made famous and had that argument. And those who could read the Meta Netia knows that this is the word Remech. That's showing that this is the color of the people. And so this couldn't have been on accident because there's four people depicted in the same color. But one of the things I want y'all to realize is that the ancient Egyptians were good at depicting foreigners and themselves. And so this is actually kind of an unusual depiction of even the Egyptians. But these colorful things are actually Nubian clothing. And you can even see here that these really are Nubians, as the red hair in the earrings. And so one of the things I recommend everyone do is really kind of study ancient Egyptian art and art history and really pay attention to the clothing and how people are depicted, because this correlates with people in real life in that area. So, given the information that we just seen, this is why you see the same type of regalia in ancient Egypt that you find in southern Africa. So remember when you saw that Ramesses III, that DNA profile, where was his largest clusters at? In the Great Lakes, in the place like with Mozambique and things of that nature, in Zimbabwe. And this is the Nkosi, in Xhosa people and Zulu peoples in South Africa who wear the same regalia. So I'm gonna get more specific now into migrations into West Africa. So now we're going to talk about migrations into Senegal. And so I said I would only deal with kind of two. So that's just some loose connections between ancient Egypt and Central and East Africa that I wanted to show. And then I wanted to show people from Senegal as well as the people uh, in Nigeria in terms of the Yoruba specifically. So who I want to introduce y'all to is an individual by the name of Yoro Jau. Yoro Jau, who was born in the town of Huma Wallo around 1847 and died on April 3rd, 1919, was a Wolof historian, author, noble, and scion of the Senegambia in northern Senegal. He was the son of Fada Pinda, and Fada is a name that is equivalent to a king. It is cognate with the word pharaoh. Who was a Wallo noble. He was of a noble heritage, noble lineage, and was as well as direct descendant of Laman Jah, who was the king of the Jolof or Wolof Empire in 1285. Yoro was in command of the canton of Fos Galongina, I know I'm pronouncing that way off, and was set over Wallo by Louis Faidherbe, where he served as chief from 1861 to 1914. So he was a historian, and he was part of the royal lineage. And he's important because he wrote a few texts giving the history of the population of the people of Senegal. And one of the things that he relied on was his the bars, the what we would call the jelles, the people whose their sole job is to memorize the history of the people and of the kingship and things of that nature. So this is a very important person because he records their history. And so I introduced Abubakri Musalam a little earlier. And so he has a text, The Sahara or the Valley of the Nile. And he's, arguing or looking at arguments in terms of the relationship between ancient Kemet and Black Africa, seeing if it's an issue of the Sahara, like the Green Sahara, and then the spreading from there, or is it directly coming out of the Nile Valley? So it's kind of like an anthological text. It's a real thin text. It's really not that big of a text, but he has other texts which he expands and discusses, and it's a bit more thick. But he talks about Yoro Jiao, and I know I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, in this text. And so uh, I'll just read from here. Abu Bakr Musalam is a Senegalese historian. He's a disciple of Sheikh Anta Diop. As I told y'all earlier, he took over when Sheikh Anta Diop passed. Also encountered the compiled and collected work of Yoro Jiao, such as his works on migrations from the Nile Valley to West Africa. Yoro Jiao indicated that there was a widespread oral tradition among the peoples of Senegal and Senegambia. The general opinion in all of Senegambia being that our country owes its peopling to migrations out of Egypt, from which descended all its population. In Chronicles of Senegalese Fouta, Jiao gave account of 6 population migrations from Egypt to Senegambia. So this is a text that was written in the early 1900s. He was I think kind of commanded to write a history of his people after he had retired from doing what he was doing earlier. And so the oral tradition in Senegal was that there were 6 migrations at different times from people migrating primarily on the top of Africa. So these people were coming out of the delta over in North Africa, going through Morocco, and they were pushed down into Senegal with after fights dealing with the Berbers and things in Morocco and those folks. And so it's a very detailed work, and I highly recommend that y'all view this. I have this book at the house in Philly. Our good brother Aziz Fall, I think, did a translation of this in English for those who don't read French. And so I think is, if I'm not mistaken, I think brother Black Panther, brother Benjamin, has it on his website. And so if it's still there, the copy that Aziz Fall translated into English, if he's in there, I see he's in there. Drop the link directly into it. So so we'll get into these 6 migrations. And so in the first migration, composed of the Jiaogo, Jiao highlighted that they migrated out of Egypt armed with metal, hogo, assegas, sabers, daggers, and knives, bringing along with them armor, as well as their industrious wisdom of metallurgy. They inaugurated the sorghum culture to prevent flooding from the Senegal River. The migration took place under the king of Egypt, identified as Pate Lamine. The words, whether used separately or together, are used among the Mandinka, the Pules or the Fulani, the Kosonke, the Saracole, and to some extent among the Wolof. And so they're one of the things that we look for in an oral tradition, especially in migrations, is when they're naming actual places and people from the original spot in which they migrated from. And you'll find in this text that this is exactly what they're doing. And they're also saying in this first migration that the first migrants is the ones who brought metallurgy to that region of Africa. The second migration, composed of the Mana, named after their chief leader, which was caused by vexations of the king of Egypt, Sose Torre. So this is a king in Egypt. Jao notes that they were much more numerous than the Jaogo. They sojourned through the desert, settled near Senegal River, and peopled Fouta. As they seized political power from the Galos, their leaders bore the title of Fari, or emperor, which is used among the Wolof and the Fulani. The Bambara, Malinke, Soninke, and Kasonke are also said to have come along with this migration. So all of these different groups are saying that they came from on this second wave of migrations into West Africa. And so one of the ways that you can tell if there was some migrations or not, or there was some interaction, is through loan words and loan technologies. And so in the Wolof language, you have the same, because metal is not native to places. It doesn't grow out of the ground. That is a particular industry that took place in several different regions around the world, and they have their own names for the items. So it is not a coincidence that the Wolof speakers have the same name for knives and daggers and things of this nature as the ancient Egyptians, because they brought that with them to West Africa. And so the words are the same. So in Middle Egyptian, it's jes, knife, mijes, knife. In Wolof, jasi, blade, dagger, hatchet, das, to sharpen. And we can compare the phonemes here. So you have jim, to pierce, to penetrate. Wolof, jam, to stab, puncture, prick, to tattoo. Middle Egyptian, jim, worm. Gigi, a sacred snake, a partial reduplication with the loss of the M. And Wolof, Jan, snake. So everywhere you see the D, it corresponds to J. In Middle Egyptian, where you see D, it corresponds to J. In Wolof, in the first consonant position. And you see the second consonant positions also correspond. And M and N correspond often regardless. And you see it's a little different when we get to into like places like Nigeria, because a different group of Africans from the Nile Valley moved into Nigeria. So they borrowed a different term for metals there. So Middle Egyptian, knife for butchering. In Igbo, nama, ma, knife. Yoruba, obe, knife. But it corresponds more so with their word for mineral and iron. So bia, and so mineral of meteoric origin, oral, metal, copper. Bia in pet, iron is really kind of metal from the sky. That's what this word means, iron. Abu, branding iron, etc. And ironically, I didn't finish this slide. Well, I was going to show that the word Ogun, which is the patron of iron and metal and metallurgy, you find the cognates for the products in ancient Egypt. Again, this is something that was brought along, from the Nile Valley in terms of metal pots. And so we continue. Remember, there were 6 migrations. So this is the 3rd migration, composed of Tundian people. Jao made note of their migration being more important than Jaogo and Mana migrations, as they had seized the titles and rights to rule from the Fari and bestowed upon it their leaders. The Farang. Farang was a title used for their rulers. And remember, these Farah, Farang, Fari, these are all variations of the word pharaoh. All of that was brought to West Africa. Matter of fact, Diop talks about this as well. And we should note that Diop did not know about UNIAACL. These are independent accounts, which you find in Diop and which you find in UNIAACL's text. So he's the one who caused them to expatriate due to the continuous menial tasks they were being commanded to perform as part of an extended Farang Empire. Some of the migrants settled near the Senegal River in the Sokotoro, Kindila, Gangari, and Tambo Delgora, and became known as Soninke. The Bambara, Malinke, and Kasonke are also said to have come along with this migration. In the 4th and 5th migrations, composed of Tormis and Koli Tinguela, respectively, which was caused due to the excessive demands of the Farang of Egypt. It was noted that Jao, as being comparatively smaller than the Diogo, Mana, and Tondian migrations, while partly composed of Soninke, Bambara, Malinke, Kasonke, and other Manding, these migrations were largely composed of Fulani, to which the leader Tormis belonged, and ultimately resulted in the spread of the Fulani throughout the 6 countries of Senegal. So the Fulani are a totally different group who are related to them, but they came at a later time, and we'll see how important the Fulani are in this process. Because remember, they are part of those groups that caught themselves that were caught in the in the transatlantic slave trade. In the sixth migration, composed of Turicini or Lam Toro, also the title illustrator, Musa departed with the sum of the group he would travel with from Trippi Singh near Mecca and others from the group in Egypt. He arrived as a cavalry in Senegal, overthrew Yamido, defeated the Kilimau quarter, and proclaimed himself king, which led to subsequent migrations and state formations in the region. So this is the last migration. This was at a later time, and by this time they're interacting with people in Arabia. So this is around the time of Islam, at least, and they're pushing again through North Africa and found themselves in that region. But by this time, they're still going around back and forth. They know about West Africa at this point because people have already been traveling in the salt trades and stuff through the Sahara to people in Niger and in Senegambia and things of this nature is already going on. So this is the last and one of the later coming from Northeast Africa. And so Abubakar Musalam wrote a text, the Egyptian origin of the Pules or the Fulani. And this is a very, very good and detailed text. If you can find this, if you can read French, I would highly recommend that you get this text. Thank you, brother Jahi Isa, again for the donation. And someone else up there donated something. Kent Brown, thank you too for your donation. So when people talk about that, there's no oral traditions coming out of Egypt. It's crazy. There's an abundance of this stuff recorded. It can't be attributed to Islam, and it can't be attributed to Egyptologists informing the people from Senegal and convincing them that they come from Egypt. Matter of fact, there's a whole group called the Lebu that live in Senegal, and they say directly that they come from Libya. And you can see in the Egyptian records, there's a group called Rebu. The Egyptian didn't have a L sound, to our knowledge at least. And these people still live in Senegal. You can read up on them too, the Lebu and their origins. But here's some of the Fulani different groups. And remember, the Fulani, they are they're semi-nomadic now and mainly settled in a lot of areas, but there's a lot of them who still are nomadic and travel all across. So the Fulani are atypical of West Africa in terms of their phenotype and things. These people come from Northeast Africa and have been migrating into Arabia and places like this since ancient times. And so they just been going back and forth with their cattle, in North Africa, because they can't do it along the forest belt. So you don't see them too much in the southern parts of Nigeria or in Chad and stuff to this nature, in Congo, because their cattle can't survive. Their large herds of cattle can't survive in those areas. So when they migrate in North Africa along the edge and go all the way to Senegal, and then in a different season they travel back towards the Nile Valley into the Delta region. But anyway, these in the Egyptian records, they would be known as Libyans, and so people think that they're white, and they're not really white. That was kind of like paint, in the way that they painted themselves. But you can see them like in this area, like in this mask of ancient Kemet. This is a Libyan, quote unquote, but this is a Fulani. This is a Wadobe woman. These people would, they were known for raiding. So they would raid in women, raid communities for cattle and take their women, and of course have children with the women. And in other places, they would settle down with the women. Settle down in the communities and be a part of the communities. And so you see that the Fulani kind of are mixed depending upon where they're at, And so you also see them as the so-called Tamahu in ancient Kemet. And so people like to think that the Tamahu were all quote unquote white folks or Berbers. That is not the case. You can see in this depiction here the Tamahu with afros and with the feathers on their heads, like you see in amongst the Fulani, saying today. And we got to remember that people in Libya were also, just regular black African folks. And so this is a Badiat family. It's the name of the ethnic group in Libya in 1922. And so if you remember the series The Black Mummy, I don't know if y'all have seen this series. It's talking about the origins of the pharaonic mummification process, and the earliest that they found of this practice is in Libya, and that the mummy was of a young black boy that, in the later practice you found. And so they look like these folks that you find here from the early depiction of Libya. So when people think of Libya today, they think of people who look like, or the skin color, Gaddafi. They weren't always there. They are new to that area. The first Libyans look like this. And then also your Fulanis and folks who would go back and forth. But one of the ways that we can tell in terms of migrations, besides any kind of artifacts or culture facts, is names. Names tell you a lot. And just to give you an example, here are some the most common U.S. surnames by rank. And we know the history of the United States and where the people came from. But even if you didn't know that history, if we didn't have any history text telling us that the Europeans came over here in the United States and invaded and took over and created this country, we would know where they come from, one, by the language, but two, by their surnames. And so Smith is of English origin. Johnson is of English and Scottish origin. Williams, English Welsh origin. Brown, Jones, Garcia from Spain, Spanish. Miller, English, Scottish, German, French, Italian, but mainly English, Scottish, German. Davis, English, Welsh. Wherever you would see these names amongst people, you would know that somebody or some people from England and Scotland and Spain moved to the United States and carried with them their names. So a lot of us African Americans are named after these Europeans, but those Europeans, brought their names with them. They didn't cross over the border and then just change their names. And so this is why we have a New York, why we have a New England, we have New Hampshire, etc., etc. We have a Paris, Texas. We have Germantown in North Philly. Because those migrants from those areas brought with them, besides their language and things, their culture facts, their naming practices, and their surnames. So the names continued where they were at. This is very important. This is a standard for detecting migrations. It's the names. So within that, I should have actually put this. No, I put this correctly. So this map comes from the text of this linguist and theologian, Dr. Modupe Oduyoye, called The Sons of Gods and the Daughters of Men, an Afro-Asiatic interpretation of Genesis 1 and 11. And he talks about the Fulani in their migrations. This is independent of, he doesn't cite, not even sure he reads Abu Bakr Musalam. Totally different two different scholars, same conclusion, that the Fulani do not originate in West Africa, that they come from this area here. You know them as your Apiru, your Eber folks. They were known as Apiru in ancient Kemet in the Nile Valley. And then when they come over here, they're known as Fula, Pulo, Fulbe, Abore, Bororo. The pronunciation of the name changes, over time in the different areas. But those of us who know names and how to detect the migratory patterns know that these folks were their the actual route in which they took, and so you actually have more of these names. And so when I did my earlier presentation some years ago talking about the Hebrews, they come out of this stock. It's a mixed breed of folks that would include your modern Fulani and some other native folks from like Syria or whatnot. These are the folks that settled into Canaan and became your Hebrews. But they all belong to a group of people that were known by Apiru, Eber, Ibrahim, etc., etc. Those are the same folks who are known as Afar over here in this place, and closer to Egypt. So your Afar is basically a different type or a different group of Fulani. And so Ni in Fulani is a suffix meaning people, just like Ful Bay is a suffix for people. Bay is a plural suffix for people. And so this is, important because again, your Fulani and Wolof and folks originating in this area and living in ancient Egypt moved and migrated out here and lived in these places. This is Nigeria here. This is Ghana here. This is the Senegambia area here. And these are exactly where a lot of African Americans were. They were responsible for a lot of the slave raiding. They were the ones doing the slave raiding primarily. And a lot of them got caught in the slave raiding because people were retaliating against the Fulani. And so there's a whole area. So when we talk about the BR ethnic groups, you're talking about your Apiru, your Pul, your Pulo, Fileta. This is in the Middle East. Eber, Middle East. Bar, Barzit, Fula, Afar, Afri. The word Africa comes from these people, the Afri in North Africa. Ephraim, Ephrasis, Afaria, Falasa, Gafir. All of these are in Arabia. And so it's these mixed breed of people who was traveling back and forth between Arabia and West Africa. So when those folks, you hear these stories about certain folks coming from Mecca and stuff to this nature, those folks, the real ones, probably were your Fulani who lived in these areas and been migrating long distances for hundreds of thousands of years, causing trouble, causing slavery, and the whole nine. And so their deity was Set, which is a pastoralist deity from the Delta. And this is part of a discussion I will have in the future, but I discuss a little bit of it in Aaluja Volume 2. So I want to ask, with the exception of Aziz Fall, you can't answer the question because I know you have this book. So looking at these staffs, these are pastoral staffs that you saw. Matter of fact, this is one of the reasons why I showed the slide previously. This is the set of staff. The staff of Set that you see here, that him holding in his hand. Remember, Set is the deity of the pastoralist who lived in the Delta, and why he became representative of chaos later because of the hatred that the Egyptians have for nomadic pastoralists like the Fulani. But these three staffs, or these three sections right here, these belong to three different ethnic groups, A, B, and C. So looking at these staffs, which ones are the Egyptians? And I'll wait a second. So Reggie says A and B are Egyptian. Let me see if anybody else would like to take a stab at it. 42 Tribe says A. So Rashu says B. Brother Mathis says A and B is Egyptian. Kent Brown says B. ACL UNIA says A. Marquise Kid says C. And then Jolanda says none. None of them damn staffs are Egyptian. Mahari says C. Asar Man TV says A. And now 42 Tribes saying maybe B2. All of them. Okay, I'm gonna answer the question now. He said, Aziz Fall says all of them from Mexico. Y'all slipping. Okay, so remember they're labeled A, B, and C. So these staffs of authority, A was actually an Egyptian staff in the Cairo Museum. B is the pool of Senegal staff. So the same staff that you see in ancient Egypt, the Fulani carry that, and so it's housed in Senegal. And so C is the Nanakana of Ghana. It's in the Museum of Dakar. And I said, notice the jackal head on the one from Ghana and hook at the bottom of the staff from Senegal. So you go back and look here. So, my first guess when I saw this, I thought that this one was the Egyptian because it had the jackal on it. But this is actually from Ghana. That was taken in the 1800s. And this is the one from the Fulani in Senegal. And these are actual Egyptian staffs housed in the Cairo Museum. So these are artifacts here. And so you can see these in Abba Bukri Musalam's book, the one I just showed y'all earlier. And so, along with those names, a book that I recommend written by UNESCO is African Ethnonyms and Toponyms. And in it, Sheikh Anta Diop has an article talking about how to examine migrations. And by using the names, as I said earlier. So what you saw with Modupe Oduyoye and the English names that I showed, he's showing you how to use the ethnic names to tell you certain clans and where they originate from. And so what you find is that there's certain groups in Senegal that are, that were already there. And then there were other groups that came later, as we saw with the 6 migrations discussed by Yoro Jiao. And so you find that is the situation across West Africa, that there's groups who've been there for a while, and then you have these later migrations and people integrate and exist among them and bringing with them their culture, and then at a certain point blending in and becoming one with the cultures or starting a whole new culture in these areas. And so Diop's article shows how a lot of the ethnic names and personal names that you find in Senegal are exactly the names that you find in the Sudan. And so this is, what is this? A methodology for the study of migrations. And so he's showing here, says, formation of Senegalese people on the basis of ethonymy and toponymy. The comparison is between names and boxes with the same number as between point of departure. So these over here are the names of people that originate in the Sudan and Congo, and then how you find the same names and toponyms for people over here in Senegal. It's kind of too small for you to see, so I took a snapshot of his other article. It's in French, where he's doing the same thing but giving you the name. So he's saying in Eastern Sudan and in Senegal, these are personal names and clan names. So Wada in Sudan, and in Wolof Wad or Wada. In Sudan, Gabu, and then in Gabu, name of a village of Beol. And villages are named usually after people. In Bayi, the same. In Dam, Buso, Germi, noble member of the dynasty or Rignan dynasty. Banda, Gulai. Same names in Sudan that you find amongst the Wolof. Matter of fact, our good brother Benjamin Njai, or Inja, I should say, brother Black Panther of Masi Warrior Clan. I brung this up to I made him aware of this, and we found his name because his father is a Wolof speaker, and I think his father passed, but his father's a Wolof, and so you find his name in the Sudan as well, and in Central Sudan, Kiba, and then Kiba, Mandara, Mangara, Fali, Fal, Imbum, Kare, Kano, name of the village, Khan or Kane. In Central Sudan, Dukan, Jane, Juk, Jane. All of these names, you can always tell where people migrated based on their names. This is going to be in the absence of DNA or ancient DNA. This is like a fingerprint, because the names move with people. Names are not living organisms that they would travel on their own like birds or a herd of cattle. The names travel with people, so there's no internet back then. There's no large books back in the day where people was looking at some East African names saying, I want to name my child Kiba or Mandara, after the people in Sudan and then in Lake Chad, etc. These are the migration routes. You can tell because they keep their clan names. And so this is something to keep in mind, and that's very important. So now I'm going to do Egyptian connections to Yoruba. And there's more I could do, but we'll be here all day. And so I'm just showing the different levels of relationship that you have to kind of pay attention, because they're all existing at the same time. So again, as I said before, you have to pay attention to the artwork, because Africans in the traditional sense, they would go out of their way to make themselves distinct from other groups. And this included their hairstyle, their way of dress, certain tribal marks, earrings, jewelry. All of that is important in identifying people. So this is quote unquote Nubians in a tribute scene to the pharaoh. And so you can tell by the earrings, you can tell by these shells that they have around their necks, and things of this nature. You can see the leopard or cheetah skin right here, where they're from, the type of dress that they have, who they are, and their hairstyle, and the color of their skin, or the variety of it. Same thing with the feathers on the head. The types of feathers distinguish folks. And so what I argue is that the people who are Yoruba are people who were back and forth out of Egypt but their last major settlement was coming out of Sudan. And so, just to show you how this is in the Sudan. So this is a depiction of some more quote unquote Nubians or black folks south of Egypt. And you got to remember that these are different folks. This is why it's dangerous to call all these people Nubians, because all of these people are not quote unquote Nubians. They're different ethnic groups, and all of them move back and forth in Kemet. And so this is one of those situations, just like when we're talking about the trade and tribute. You have to go back a little bit and review those slides so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But these are folks, in the Sudan right now. You can see the red hair, the far back hairline. They even got the hairline and the hump on the head correct. And they're wearing these cheetah leopard skins, as even the modern, he got on shorts, but he still has it under his traditional cheetah skins. These are the same folks that you see, these Dinka folks, in these reliefs. And so, with that said, again, hairstyles and everything are identifying markers. So on the right is a quote unquote Nubian hairstyle depicted in terms of the prisoner scene from Saqqara and the tomb of Horemheb. I don't know if y'all can really see up close this image, but notice the hairstyle, the layered hairstyle, but also the tribal scars. All of the men here have these tribal scars. These are not cheekbone lines. You say they're still static. I don't know what is going on and what's causing the static. Y'all let me know if I'm being heard clearly. I'll wait a few seconds. If y'all can hear me, because someone said that they're still static, and I don't know what to do about that. And I'm good. Someone says I'm good. Just went away. Okay. I don't know. It may be some groups that don't want me to share this information found out where I lived and is outside trying to interrupt the signal. I'm gonna use that conspiracy theory. Again, it's nothing that's plugged in per se, because I'm not using my mic. They say when I had the mic in, it was staticking real bad. So I'm just using the standard mic that's on the computer. So no, the wire's not touching anything. There's no wires. I'm on a laptop, so I don't know what to say. But anyway, so getting back, yes, COINTELPRO. But you can see the scars on the faces, tribal scars that you can see here in these areas here. And so on the left is a bronze head of an Oba, or a king from the Benin kingdom. And so you'll see these scars on the foreheads of the people here, as well as on the side of the cheeks. And so you see the same type of hairstyle amongst this old Benin kingdom bronze, as well as an extended tribal scar that you see here, as well as the scars on the forehead over the eyes. So these are not eyebrows. So you can see the eyebrows under there right below the eyes. These are tribal scars on the forehead here. And so you see a different variation of the same type of statue. So this is a different bronze, same hairstyle, same scar on the forehead, but different, but no scars on the side of the cheek. like you would see on these depictions here. But you can see clearly on this living example here the same type of scarification. And so this was a Pele tribal mark. The Pele tribal mark is common to the Ife people, but is also kind of a general Yoruba marking system because almost all the Yoruba tribes have their own version of it. Pele is drawn with three long vertical lines drawn on the cheeks. The other versions are Pele Ijebu and Pele Ijesha. And so look at the scar on this lady's face right by the cheek. You see it is similar to what you see here on the excuse me, on the these Nubian tribes here. And the Yoruba have different types of marks. So you see, here's a chart for the different type of marks for the different type of sub tribes amongst the Yoruba. So, when people see these marks, they know that they belong to a different type of clan. And so you see these same marks on the Noke terracotta. So this is a picture of the Noke, of one Noke terracotta from the book The Splendor of African Sculpture. And so the Noke people, we know, were basically the earlier Proto-Yoruba, the native folks in this area, or when they migrated from the Sudan. So they established and reinvented themselves, and we call them the Note people. But all of this area here is where these people came and settled, and they brought their ideas of metallurgy and crafts and stuff, and they created something different here. And so here is from that same tradition. You can see on the left hand side those three marks, those three tribal scars, the same on the forehead as you saw before. But this is a group called the Galedi. It's a Yoruba kind of a priesthood group called the Galedi. And so, like what you find in ancient Kemet, they too like to have the snake on the forehead, but they went more elaborate than what you would see in ancient Kemet physical artwork, or in terms of their like metallurgy crafts, or what you would see on the painted reliefs. But this is a mask, a Galeti mask, and you see a brother, in way back in the day, creating a mask from wood. And so this is a wood version. So you see this idea of putting a snake on top of the head on the forehead is part of this tradition here. And so here are some Galeti dancers. I think this was taken in the 1920s, was it? But you see these elaborate face masks with these, snake and vulture or bird, depictions. And so you see a different Galeti mask. Again, you see the scars, so you know that this is definitely Yoruba. And so they get more elaborate with it. So designs change as people move. It's just like how hip hop music changes when it left out of the Bronx. So, it's a different style of hip hop when you go to Atlanta than when you go to Houston or New Orleans versus if you hit up Cali or Oakland in the Bay. It's all hip hop, but as it migrates and moves, people adapt it to where it's its own thing. So some things may be elaborated on, some things removed and or toned down. And so when it comes to Nigeria, they do the whole snake thing, and you can see the snake and the bird, just like what you see, in ancient Kemet. So you have the cobra on the head alongside with the vulture glyph, and this is a sign of a priesthood. But the Yoruba people and the Nok people do it just differently than what you would find in ancient Kemet. But they didn't have gold to do and lapis lazuli to do all of that. They mainly do their stuff in Nigeria in wood. And so we continue. So on the right hand side is the Egyptian god Bes. So we have our good brother Chief X, who, despite his uh, despite his argument that there's no connection to West Africa and in Egypt, it's funny that he uses the word Bes, that he uses the god Bes to associate himself with. Now, this on the left hand side is what Dr. Henry Druel, calls a child of Yoruba god Obatala, and this artifact was found in Ile-Ife, and it has been dated between 1000 and 500 A.D. And so, what you see here is a common theme. So this Egyptian Bes is supposed to be of a dwarf who is the protector of children and childbirth and things of that nature. Notice that in both depictions here, you have kind of a chubby figure with the tongue sticking out. I think the tongue is kind of chiseled here in this relief, in the older relief. And the hands to the side, we'll see that important later, but also this skull pendant. See, this is something that people just wouldn't think of on their own. This isn't something that is coincidence. Both of them have a pendant and they're both skeletons. So this is from Ile-Ife, dated to 1000 to 1500 AD. These are totally two separate sides of the continent. It would be impossible for the Yoruba people to just dream of this on their own, and it just so happens to match what we find in ancient Kemet here. These are ideas and things that they brought over into Nigeria when they migrated. And so we see a similar thing in Benin. So this is another dwarf. This is a Benin court dwarf. And the court dwarfs were occasionally attributed with supernatural abilities, and some of them made great contributions to the kingdom. Dwarf bronzes often adorn the altars of their kings. Notice again, this time that the tongue isn't sticking out, but it's still a dwarf with the big belly and a skull pendant. So this is three areas: Benin, Ile-Ife in Nigeria, and in Kemet. Same art. And so now this is in Cameroon. This is a baby pygmy. No pendant, but still the pygmy with the tongue out and the big belly and button that we see here. There's a tradition here that we have to be mindful of. So, also amongst the Yoruba is their idea of kingship. They borrowed the concept of kingship from the Egyptians and the people in the Sudan. And so just like how you find as far as the emblems with Osiris, you see here, which every king has, which is the frail, which is all it is a cow's or horse's tail, and then the hook. Now the latter is a shepherd symbol. So it makes sense in the context of ancient Kemet, but the Yoruba people aren't shepherds. So how does the crook and the flail become the emblem of this king here, this Yoruba king on the right? This is part of that tradition that was brought, over from the Nile Valley. And I'm trying not to hit y'all too much with language in this one. And so I can do a language one later. And so again, when people travel, they do things a little differently. You have upgrades. So even the Yoruba's kings, the crown that they wear is the same and similar as what you find in ancient Kemet, and it's called the same word. And so the Yoruba word for crown is ade, and the Yoruba for the white crown in Kemet is hejet. And as I'm gonna show in the next slide, wherever you see a word that starts with an H type sound in Egyptian, it is dropped. And so in the Egyptian, this is the plain hejet crown, but they have another crown over here that has bird feathers on it. But it's the same hejet crown, sharp crown. So here, they don't put bird feathers, they put the whole bird and a number of them with some other colorful designs. Still the same long pointy hat is what you find in the Sudan and what you find in Kemet. And so when we do a linguistic analysis, we can see that, for example, you have haseb, to think, to reckon, shebi, to think that, to suppose, hedge, to set forth at dawn, oweji, to send, to depart, is cognate with ajo, journey, hedge, to be white, to be bright, hedget, daylight, Yoruba, edu, splendor, majesty, te, sacrilege, transgress, tehi, to go astray, to transgress, to damage, aito, that which is not straightforward. A variant is eshe, sin, and I discussed the correspondences here with that in volume one. Heru, voice, sound, choral, like when you say mak heru, true of voice. Ariwo, noise, voice, sound, choral. Her, to roar. Oro, bull roar. Hejet, white crown. Ade, crown. And so you can see in each one of these, the H is dropped, no matter what position it is, for the cognate in the Yoruba. And so you also hear people say that there was no pyramids in West Africa. People got to understand that a pyramid is a shrine to a beloved ancestor. And so you find these shrines amongst actually the Igbo people. And this is from Nsudi village shrine. You see, there's I wish I had room to show them in a row. It's actually 10 of these multi-layered shrines, saying to certain kings in Igbo Yoruba land. And we should note that the Yoruba were actually called Igbo before. As a matter of fact, the Igbo and the Yoruba people come from they come from the same tribe. They're the same people who split about 1,500, close to 2,000 years ago. And so you see the same type of design amongst the Saqqara temple in ancient Kemet. But I'm just showing you, remember that to our knowledge, no pharaoh is buried in any of the pyramids. Pyramids are just shrines. And this is exactly what you see this design being used for in West Africa. Even among the Ga Dangbe in Ghana, their shrines, you find these same shrines among the Ga and the Ga Dangbe people. They call it, Tutu Shrine. So here's a picture of one similar to what you see over here in Igbo land with their more elaborate pyramid shrines than what you see. The biggest of them all, of course, being what you find in ancient Kemet. And so you find these pyramids in along a path. So you see them in Sudan. So we know that in Meroe and in Sudan they have all these pyramids. But you go even further down, you see the more mud based pyramids, more earth based pyramids than the stone ones that you find in Kemet. And so there's newer people. There's a famous pyramid, uh, Ingoding pyramid, and Ding is the name of the prominent deity amongst the New Era people. And so the New Era people are related to the Maasai, the Collagen, the Luo, the Dinka. They're all part of that same group. And so you see their pyramid, but theirs more straight, not the kind that is layered like what you find in the other examples. But they're all shrines, saying two deceased kings. And so the word for pyramid in Egyptian is mer. You find it as pyramid and tomb in the dictionaries. Amongst the Yoruba, it's called Bada, which is a royal mausoleum. Another variant in Egyptian is Neferet, grave, tomb, sepulture. And then Ma or Mer, sanctuary, shrine, holy relic. And Shango, Mwa, mourning funeral. Zande, Mura, tomb. Karanga, Miri, Mirui, mounds. In Vashona, Briro or Huiro, tomb. And so these are actually shrines, houses for when the spirit is to come back and house them when you're doing certain rituals. That's what a shrine is. And so because of the correspondences between what you find in the Sudan and Egypt and what you find amongst the Yoruba, it has prompted, one historian to make the argument that in this text, Lectures on Nigerian Prehistory and Archaeology, Thurston Shaw, who's the editor, stated the following on page 48. It does seem that, at least in part, the Yoruba did have some sort of Sudanic origin and were not originally all forest zone dwellers. Thus, the modern Yoruba are very likely a composite product resulting from the intermixing of people already in the forest with others emanating from the Sudanic zone. And so there's more that we can do. I just don't have the time because it's already 11 something now. And so I wanted to also recommend this book here, How the Yoruba and Igbo Became Different Languages. And want to show that the Yoruba don't become Yoruba until later, but the original grouping were all called Igbo, and that the Igbo language and the Yoruba language itself split in the AD period, and they met certain people, certain migrants from the Nile Valley who settled among them. And I'll be dealing with some more evidence that I don't deal with here in Sonetter's presentation when I deal with simply the Yoruba and the Akan folks. And so another way that you can tell is by, as I stated before, loan words. Loan words will tell you the interactions between people. And so the Yoruba people currently right now worship the goddess Sekhmet. And Sekhmet was brought with those migrants who came from the Nile Valley into the Sudan, into ancient Egypt. Excuse me, into Nigeria, southwest Nigeria, and in Benin. So for those who are not familiar with Sekhmet, she's in Egyptian mythology. Sekhmet is a warrior goddess as well as a goddess of healing. She is depicted as a lioness. She was seen as the protector of pharaohs and led them in warfare. She's also actually a deity of disease as well. And that's going to be the important thing. And so, as discussed in Richard Wilkinson's book, The Complete Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Kemet, or Ancient Egypt, he informs us that Sekhmet not only was associated with plagues, but often called the messengers or slaughterers of Sekhmet. Plagues were actually called the messengers or slaughterers of Sekhmet, but also had the power to ward off pestilence. So, they believed in that that idea that you can use the poison or the illness to help cure illness. That's the that's the underlying philosophy behind vaccines. And so, but that's another discussion in of itself. So I wanted to show that she's a personification of power and protection, but also she is in healing, but she's also associated with plagues and diseases, which is a major characteristic of this deity here. So when you get to West Africa, in places like Benin and Nigeria, and in Ghana, she is known by different names. Excuse me, different pronunciations. So it's Sakpata amongst the Fawn and Dahomey, amongst the Ga and Ghana, Shikpon, amongst the Yoruba, Shopono or Sokpono, they're in here when she made it to West Africa, she became the personification of smallpox, and so it's actually a borrowing, like the Yoruba version of the word is actually borrowed from the Be speakers out in Benin. And so you notice that we saw a lot of those correspondences dealing with people who were in Benin, on the border of Benin, and what we call Yoruba land. And so where she was known as Chakpata. And so there's a matter of fact, he just got his PhD successfully in 2019. And so been corresponding with this brother. I'm gonna have him on my program in the near future. His name is now Dr. Sandro Capocici, and he's written a number of texts, like the one at the top on the origin of two theonemes, two Yoruba and Bay theonemes. The second one is a comparative essay on some traditional divinities or deities from the Gulf of Benin and the ancient Nile Valley. One written in English called Towards a New Interpretation of the Myth of Destruction of Mankind, 2016. And so his central thesis is that Sekhmet is Chakpata, and the people who migrated from Egypt and Sudan made their way to in this part of West Africa, or West Central Africa, at the time when the Bay speakers were in the what we would call the proto stage, and then from there it spread out amongst say other groups like Yoruba, but Yoruba is not a Bay language, or the Ga, for example, in Ghana. And so, as I state in Aaluja Volume 2, we are reintroduced to this Yoruba word Arun. So if y'all remember my conversation on the connection between Ra and Ramadan, I'm discussing in that chapter, the relationship between the RN consonant sequence in Yoruba and how we would transliterate it in, for Egyptian, the RA consonant sequence, which makes the name Ra. But I'm showing that there's different variations of the word Ra in Egyptian. So the word Aten, Ra Atun, as well as Sechem or Sekhmet. So the KM in Sekhmet is cognate with the RN consonant sequence in the Yoruba language. And so, given that background, I'm gonna start over again. He says I'm saying we are reintroduced to our Yoruba word Arun, disease, which is related to Aren, anything very hot, Irun, the dry season, or Irun, the dry season. Based on our established sound correspondences, we know that Yoruba Aren is a dialectical variant of Middle Egyptian KM or XM, as far as the transliteration is concerned. Given that Sopona is associated with dust, it is no surprise to find Shikam, Chimu, dust. It is also associated with the earth, Shikpon, which is verified by Shekem, cult figure, likeness of god of earth. And given that Sopono is one of the Rumale, sacred beings in the earth, for which Rune also means to be sacred. It's not a coincidence that we find in Shikam, Himu, sacred images, sacred beings. Thus, when Sekhmet traveled to West Africa, all of these associations followed her and confirms these associations in ancient Kemet, the relationship to disease, smallpox, bubonic plague, etc. I bring this up and I read this to you because Irun, Arun, etc. These are the native cognates for the XM in Sekhmet. The S is a prefix in Sekhmet, and the T is a suffix. So when you see the Sopona variation, we know it is a borrowing because we can't set up regular sound correspondences between Yoruba and Egyptian based on these sounds. And so this is something that was pointed out by Dr. Capochichi that I mentioned earlier. So this is Sokpo or Sakpata. That's the name in Fon and amongst the Dahomey, and you can tell Sakpata because and it's a male in West Africa, and I'll get to the reason why. And but you see these dots on him. It's supposed to represent smallpox and rashes that you see on the deity. So this is in Fawn amongst the Dahomey, home of the Voodoo folks, and then Sopono. This is how it is variated on amongst the Yoruba folks. But you see that the Yoruba folks directly borrowed it from the Fawn folks, but the Fawn swear that they got it from the Yoruba folks. That's mentioned in Capo Chichi's article as well. And so one of the ways we know that these folks came and settled amongst the Proto-Bay speakers because the same type of correspondences you find for the word for smallpox or whatnot that matches with Sekhmet, and he has more examples in the text. We find for another word in the Egyptian language, Sarakmu, a bat. And so in the airway, it's Sakpla Toke, bat, Asokpla or Apane, bat, Ampan or Pa Ampan, Akpan, Akpa. In these related, saying languages, so to speak. And so this what's key here is that the te and ta, as far as the Sekhmet, is not native to the Bay languages. They don't have feminine t's. So the feminine T is how you know that this is a borrowing into their language. That's why when it was brought over here in ancient Egyptian, because of this feminine T, it had to be personified as a woman or a female in ancient Kemet. But because they lost that grammatical feature coming into the West Africa, they still kept the T, which had no function in the Fon or Ewe language, and it's a dead giveaway for its being borrowed. And so Capo Chichi goes through a lengthy expose especially in that second article, which I mentioned and shown earlier. This one here, a comparative essay of some traditional deities from the Gulf of Benin and the ancient Nile Valley. That's the text you want to publish in the Unk Journal. So if you can get the Unk Journal that has that, it's written in French, so you're going to have to know French. It'll show that this correspondence. So by the names itself, because gods and goddesses don't travel on their own, they travel with people. And certain deities are patrons of certain families and groups. And so you have all of these types of correspondences that show hands down that there was some kind of migrations and interactions between folks in these particular areas. And so I provide y'all with some sources for which y'all can see this yourselves and on your own. And I will be doing some more on Sa Neter because I wanted to split it up so it won't be long. And so we'll be getting in with the Netchers and amongst the Yoruba and some other kingship stuff. And then when we get to the Akan stuff, it's just going to be crazy. And so you're going to see these relationships. No one can make an argument that uh, that there's no relationship between West Africa and East Africa and Northeast Africa. They've been migrating back and forth, and this stuff has been documented. And there's ways and clues that you can look at and tell by their language, their dress, the certain deities, their oral traditions, and all of this to help prove that this is in fact the case. And so, just like as we saw with the testimony or the argument made in the text Lectures on Nigerian Prehistory by Dr. Thurston Shaw, what we find with the Yoruba is primarily what you find in West Africa. And so, in a very few cases, is it that certain people migrated from Kemet into West Africa and maintained their actual identity as a group. But for the most part, what you find is that you have people from that area who migrate and settle in and marry in and have children with the native folks. They come in and they blend, bring their priesthoods and things of this nature, and blend it in with the people who they decide to settle down in that area with. And they now this becomes part of the general culture in that area. And so this happens all throughout, history. And this is exactly what happened in ancient Kemet. Because you have people migrating even from West Africa into Kemet at the old time. And so we'll talk about that later. And how some of the people who were proto Yoruba moved into Kemet and became part of that tradition. And then some of them back migrated back into this area. It's a complex history, and everything is working at the same time. So this, for the most part, concludes this presentation. So I think I actually have, about 30 minutes that I had scheduled, that I was giving myself scheduling. I can't even talk right now. That I have scheduled, to have this conversation. So I will now reduce this window and get back to there we go. All right, so I'm back. So I don't know if y'all can still hear me, if I have any issues with the sound still. Um, what time is this? 11:33 Central Time. It's 12:33. I guess I went overtime, maybe. I don't know. Either way it goes. Uh, Hold on. So now, hold on. If anyone has any questions or comments, and I should say that on the back end here, there's a chat, but I think it responds slower than if I was watching it on the other uh, computer. So I want to say I appreciate everyone who has viewed this live and made comments in the chat, and those who have donated, and how should I say? I appreciate y'all for listening. And so, if anybody has any, comments or questions, I guess now would be a good time. And again, for those who are listening. One of the reasons why, I'll be asking for the donations and things, because I'll be giving away the presentation. So I'm gonna make a PDF. Well, I've made a PDF of it, and when you come back to review this, I will have a link. I just need to upload it to my website so that y'all can download it. So I'm gonna try to give y'all my presentations that I put on the web so that you can view it a bit better, and so that as an appreciation for y'all support and things of that nature. So again, there's more details in Aaluja Volume 2 for some of the commentary in which I said, and it puts it in a greater context in which I won't be allowed, given the time constraints, to really go in deep on the video. So I do appreciate, y'all support even for the book. And if you don't have the book, shame on you. Go to www.asarmhotep.com and click on the shop and get Aaluja Volume 2. It's a very thick text, but it's full of information and citations that make the case that there is a strong connection between West and Central Africa and the ancient Nile Valley, which includes ancient Kemet, Taseti, Kush, and the like. So let me see if I can. And thank you, Emiket, for giving people the link. That was educational, sorry, good job, though I'm still West African. Yeah, you can be West African. And I should say this, that the point of this is that, we can demonstrate that some people from the Nile Valley came, settled, intermarried, had children, and their descendants are people who are descended from people who originated in the Nile Valley. That doesn't mean everyone has, direct ancestry to ancient Kemet. But because there is enough evidence to show that certain Egyptian clans migrated to these areas where Africans were taken from, that they are included in the greater pool of ancestors for which African Americans identify with. And so these ancient Egyptians are West Africans. Just like how we are, even though we're African, we're Americans. Because this is where we reside now. We created a different culture here now. And so, African Americans, I'm speaking about African Americans in particular, but African Americans are our own people now. We are no longer Yoruba. We are no longer Ewe. We are no longer Bakongo. We are no longer Wolof, Seer, Fulani, etc. This is we've lost those identities as a result of our forced migrations and our interactions and how we had to create a new culture and a new experience here in the United States. And so with that same understanding, we can understand what was going on in Kemet. They were able to bring some things and contribute to a new development of cultures in West Africa, but ultimately they lost their identities in the same way that we did, and they had to create something new. And so it's a bit complicated and nuanced, but fundamentally it is what it is. And so there's a reason why African Americans are identify so well with what they see in the Nile Valley, because what you see in the Nile Valley is what you see in West Africa. It's the same stuff. And so when I go on Sanetta's TV and I do the condensed version, but just dealing with Yoruba and the Akan, you'll see that there's no way that anybody can argue that there's no connection. And so on the biological level, on the linguistic level, on the artifact level, all of that, it's just things change. And so I know y'all going to appreciate the Netcher discussion that I have on Sonetta's program, because we brought the Netchers here in the diaspora, and the people who kept the Netchers and still keep them now to this day are the Haitians and people in New Orleans. Where my family's from. You know, they kept the philosophy and the Netchers there when they brought it into the New World. But now I'm not looking at the chat. Hold on. It should be forthcoming. Brooklynite. Cosmology is consistent. Yes. Y'all having your own conversations. Um, in there. And he's saying netchers are the lower. No, I'm saying netchers are netchers. They're called netchers in these traditions. So the netcher in amongst the arcanas are in Toro. They give you a pronunciation of how to pronounce the word netcher. It's on Toro. And you still have the same ones amongst the Yoruba and same in Central Africa. You know. Question: what is your take on the biblical Hamites when dealing with Kemet in West Africa? Um, I don't really have, because how should I say this? Ham is a fictional character, and so I can't. I I can deal with Ham in the context of the Bible, but I can't deal with Ham in the context of real life because they don't exist. He said they are calling it Teru and the Messiah. Should have included Ghana, the Akan and Emily on the closest connected to Kemet. As I said already, I'm going to deal with the Akan in Ghana in my presentation on Sonetta's show either Friday or Saturday. Um, because right now I'm already at 3 hours and 41 minutes. And so I'm actually kind of over my time. And so it takes a lot. That's why I wrote a book, so we can bring all of this stuff together in a way that, and that's why my book is so thick. The Aaluja Volume 2. So Aziz Fall in Choro. I agree. Just asking, they are fictional. Okay. Um, the chat's kind of moving fast. So I gotta scroll up. Um, Hold on. I will copy that book too big, bro. I don't see any questions. And so if I don't see any questions, I will end this correspondence. And so we can talk and continue the debates. The claim was West Africans sold them into slavery. I mean, it's it's actually true to an extent, because if we're arguing, for example, that that there was migrations into West Africa from ancient Kemet, let's say to Senegal, and here comes the Fulani later, who uh, who who were the major players in the slave trade. You know, you actually had the ancient Egyptians selling the West Africans, but you also had the West Africans selling the ancient Egyptians. But we got to be careful here, because the ancient Egyptians, it's it's hard to pin down who was the primary clan that gave us Pharaonic. That was the initial clan for the that started Pharaonic Egypt. But as I demonstrated earlier, you have many different clans that existed in Kemet. They are all Kemites. Just like you have African Americans, just how you have Mexicans and Navajo and Germans and people from England, etc., who all reside here and who are Americans. but they belong to different clans, and that's how ancient Kemet was. And so, this is something that's kind of hard for a lot of us to grasp, and this is why it's hard for us to really grasp the religion of ancient Egypt, because it was really different religions for different clan members in that particular in society at different time periods. And so he says, hold on. Question: what is your take on the medieval caravan roads from Egypt to Ghana, Mali, and Timbuktu? That, in my personal opinion, that is the those roads were already established from ancient times. Those trades routes, and so people act like it takes a lot to move from East Africa to West Africa, and people forget. How many of y'all heard of Mansa Musa? Mansa Musa was a king in West Africa who was known as the richest king, or even maybe the richest person in history. If you recall, he was a Muslim. This brother, with an entourage of hundreds of soldiers and traders and scientists and all this other kind of stuff, walked from the far ends of West Africa all the way through past the Sahara, all the way into Egypt, and then walked and did his Hajj in Mecca, in Arabia, and back in the same year. And so people act like it's just out of the ordinary for Africans to walk long distances in several months' time. And so these caravans, going back and forth, there was all kind of trading going on. And just like Diop mentioned at the beginning of our discussion, there's a reason why Songhai, Ghana, Mali empires all arise at the moment, and those are different time periods for those, but they don't come into West Africa has no empires until ancient Egypt falls. And the reason why is because now a gap has opened up to control the trade. And so, this is part of that continuous history. Like, once you see it from the broader scope, you'll see how all of this plays out neatly, and how this contributes. The fall of Egypt is part of the reason for the West African slave trade. And that's another discussion in itself. Let me see. Does somebody else have a question? Thanks for doing this stream. You're welcome. Oops, wrong mouse. Can't, if one believes, I don't know what y'all talking about. So you're saying Egypt was an effing multicultural place coming from west to east, from the Nile and through Lake Chad. I'm saying well, you should have known it was multi-ethnic from the beginning, from how Egypt even started. And so you have some foreigners coming out of the Sahara and coming from the Sudan who came and invaded Egypt and united it and made it a large kingdom. There were already groups there who spoke a different language than the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom Egyptian. And so, just exactly at Aziz's fall, when you verify the oral tradition, you'll see that these trade routes were already known. And that's all Mansa Musa did, was go through these routes. It's, how did the Fulani and all of them come into these areas? From these things been open from the time of Harkuf. That's why you get the best and stuff to this nature, because they were coming into Central Africa where these dwarfs, these Batwa people live. So where do you see these correlations about these depictions of Batwa type people, even in ancient Kemet? Because they already had these routes mapped. Hold on. Do you believe there is an ancient Ethiopian connection between East and West Africa? Um, Not in the sense of, I mean, in the sense of Sudan. Sudan is Ethiopia. So modern Ethiopia is not Ethiopia. Ethiopia is what we call Sudan today. And so as Diop showed, the same personal names in toponyms are the same that you find in Senegal. So the people who originated in the Sudan migrated west into West Africa, and they brought their names with them. Meta Nature is not a script. I said, how can we put ancient Egyptian with the 15th century slave trade, though, homie? Um, I said the fall of Egypt. I didn't say that ancient Egypt. I said the fall of ancient Egypt. As I mentioned earlier, they were control of the trade coming from inner Africa with the people in the Levant and Arabia and in the Aegean Sea. But once Egypt fell, you start to see the Romans going further into Africa, into Sudan, and trying to get into places like Ghana. You see the Greeks doing the same. You also see the later when the Arabs take over, them going. That's where you get why you get the Swahili states on the east coast of Africa because of the Arabs who are interacting and living and intermingling with these East African Bantu people. And then you get the kind of Swahili that you get today because of these trade interactions and these colonies that they set up all along the east. But they found out about them once these other folks found out where Egypt was getting their stuff from. And so when you look at the situation with the Arabs, when the people in Western Europe started to get wind of the trade because the East Africans were trading with the Indians. And so this is something that you have to, when you read Felix Chimy's work and his sources, they'll tell you that these East Africans in during Pharaonic times were already trading with India. And so these people in Spain and stuff like this wanted to get on the trade with India. But since the Muslims ruled the sea there, they couldn't navigate through the Mediterranean and then go through the Red Sea and then go into India. That's why Christopher Columbus was traveling around Africa to go to India. And it's when they discovered these other places in West Africa. And remember that there's already slavery going on as a result of those Fulani jihads and things of that nature. And they're bringing slaves to Arabia and things of this nature. That they want to get in on the slave trade once they got lost and found themselves in the new world and that's why they called it India and Indians, because they was originally going to India trying to find and deal with the trade and stuff out there. So it's a continuous history here. You know, all of this stuff it fits together. And so I'm not saying that the Egyptians themselves is responsible for slavery later on in the 15th century with the Europeans. What I'm saying is that the fall, the gap, you know, like, you know, if we take this on a street level, like, you know, back in the days when, you know, gangs used to have gang leaders, when those folks started getting locked up, there was a power gap. And so this is when you see these fragments in terms of Crips, in terms of like in Chicago with BDs and Vice Lords and things of this nature, where you have these fragment groups, they're all vying for power. It's the same thing in Africa. Once the main power, who was in control of all the trade, which was Egypt, once it fell, then you see these other empires arise trying to emulate what you see up in Egypt and control trade. That's why Timbuktu was what it is, because that was the center of trade. Once the trade died, in where Timbuktu was, everybody abandoned the city. And so it no longer becomes the center. It no longer was the hub for education and knowledge. And so, hold on. Y'all talking about meta netter. I'll let y'all have that conversation. Meta netter is the original. I don't even know what conversation y'all having. I'll have to come back later. Meta netter is the name of the Kemet script. Proto-Saharan predates it. So I disagree. The true Ethiopian was divided from east to west, from the Nile to the Atlantic, and much broader than the Sudan. But Sudan was where the capital was. You have to provide that evidence. Um, hold on. I've studied Winu Mutapa Mutope back in 2013 after my first DNA tribes test. Can you expound on that early empire and connection to Nile Valley culture in West Africa? If you hit me up on my email, I will introduce you to a historian from the Vakaranga of Manamutapa to give you some good information on that. And so I used one of his images earlier from the Zulu people in their dress. Um, Proto-Saharan script is the oldest script. Sudan. I would have to find the beginning of that conversation, so I don't know what y'all talking about here. And be on the lookout for an article in Brother Benjamin's journal where I'm going to discuss uh, the the African highway of wisdom and how different ideas were spread because Africans were traveling, getting initiated into different systems, and how that highway is still open to this day. And I'll give you some names of people who have been initiated in these different systems in different parts of the continent. And they used to do this back in the day, but that'll be in the journal that Brother Benjamin has started from the Mossy Warrior clan. Um, Let me see. I'm not. To the extent which prehistoric migrations of farmers influenced the genetic pool of Western Northern Africans remains unclear. Archaeological evidence suggests that neolithic process may have happened through the adoption of innovations by local epipaleolithic communities or endemic diffusion from the eastern Mediterranean. I don't know what y'all talking about. So y'all having your own discussions. So he says, "How can I get the presentation?" I am going to put. I'll probably do it tomorrow though, but I'm going to upload the presentation. Uh, Hold on. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, I don't know. I'm going to post the link to the PDF of the presentation uh, tomorrow, but it's going to be on this description. So you just come back to this video sometime tomorrow, and it'll be in the description. Okay. Yeah, y'all having your own conversation. So doesn't seem to be any questions. So I appreciate y'all for staying online 4 hours with me, uh, jibber jabbing about black folks and ancient history. Um, Yes, some of them fled as a result of the invasions. That is talked about in the Yoro Jaro text and amongst the Akan and stuff to that nature, especially the collagen, but that's more East African than West African. Sunday sound a great job. You're welcome. Tap back on what the real arguments are. Yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about now. So again, I appreciate you all. Thank you for listening. I will end this conversation, and thanks to all of those who donated tonight. And as a reward, y'all will have the presentation yourself to kind of go over. Uh, some of this stuff is in Aaluja Volume 2, and it has more details. And so, yeah. So, appreciate you all. Love you all. Y'all have a good night. I got some studying to do. And peace. So, who's going to have the after party? That's the question. Y'all let me know. All right, y'all. End of the broadcast.